Well, good evening everyone. I hope you enjoyed that intro song. My boy, pasta and chips. No. Pastas for dinner. Hey Percy, welcome. Oh, you despise what thing, Stan? Hello. The daylight. Oh no. Right, hello, William, Spyro, Cinder, James, Jacob, Stephen, Stan, Martin, John Murray. Well done, James. Rob, Pet Squad fan. Luca, if he's there. I think that's everyone for now. I know you despise the daylight, but I quite like it. Stan. Streamline tank engine in Hungary? Cool. No homophobia allowed here? Too right. Yeah, welcome. Well, good evening everyone. I hope you enjoyed that song. To kick off this, stream. Stan, take my advice. If and when charcoal comes, do not insult Union Pacific number 844 to his face. He loves UP 844 is his favourite locomotive. Don't say you hate it to his face. I'm sure he'll take offence. Hey Ben 11. Nice to see you. No, I'm not interested in it, Tyrannotti. Oh, Stan, you cheeky bugger. Right, so, Streamline tank engine. As the title of this too right, James, stream suggests, it's themed to streamlined trains, this stream. Alright then, Stan. Specifically the steam and diesel streamlined trains, built between the 1920s and 1960s. Well, if and when he comes, Stan. How come you just found the song okay, John Murray? I guess so, Stan. I guess they fall under the category. We won't be covering modern electric high-speed trains in this stream. Because I've got an entire stream dedicated to them coming up on the 5th of April. Just before I go to Portaventura. You can see why, Jacob. But yeah, so we're only talking about streamlined steam and diesel trains in this stream, not high-speed trains. Oh no, I haven't, Jupiter. Oh yeah, welcome Jupiter as well. So yeah, mainly streamlined So, Streamline trains built between the 1920s and 1970s, basically. I have no idea what that entails, James. So tonight we're going to be talking about how these streamlined beauties of the rails saved the railways from becoming extinct. How luxurious they were. Their speed records. And basically celebrating the fact that they kept railways alive even to this day. Well, yeah, thank you, Jupiter, but I'm not interested. So yeah, Streamline trains have done a lot for the railways of the world. Don't know, Martin. And this stream is going to be showing that. Well, let's see what William sent. This Streamlined tank engine. Very sexy. We'll pop this? Yeah, I think so. Hello, Egg Smith. Yeah, very nice. Very nice, James. Sorry, William. It's hideous. It's a streamlined tank engine that, video of a streamlined tank engine that William sent us. Tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise. Check those other links. This one. Mr. Audrey the Station Master. Lovely. Lovely. Oh, you took the train character from Knights of Camelot. Lovely. Pardon me. Hello, MLP fan. Oh, I do hope we'll see the 5 later. Charcoal especially. Milk Dud said she's not coming tonight. Oh yeah, it does. Wonderful. Just pouring out my cider now. The Swimming Scotsman. Island of Hong Kong? Yeah, I agree. Though me and Stan would prefer to see an LNER A1 in original Great Northern Railway condition. Yeah, especially as we already have 6 A4s in preservation. Yes, we can't not talk about the A4s in this stream. We'll get to them later on, though. Pardon me. Hi, Summer Rose. Yeah, well, so yeah, I know Milk Dud's not coming tonight, but I really hope Charcoal will come tonight, as this topic is right up his street. Streamlined trains, American streamlined trains especially. I've heard of them, but I haven't watched them, Smith. And I want to know what Odd and Victor think of them as well. Yeah, Neon and Electro will be here later on, I know. Of course I do, Jacob. Right. There is also a streamliner. Yeah, those engines you showed us are great, William. Oh, you took Wax World's Mighty Express designs. Lovely. Okay, so the first thing I wanted to show you all tonight is this video I found about how the Art Deco era shaped the appearance of high-speed trains. Sorry, streamlined trains. Amtrak Guy 365. Oh, actually, here we are. Art Deco's impact on railroads. This video does cover streamlined trains as well. So yeah, this also covers things like railway stations, but streamlined trains are discussed in this. I think we'll also watch that video about the Milwaukee Road streamliner that I saw. No, I haven't, Smith. Oh, interesting, Smith. Alright then, MRP fence still there, Stan? Right, here we go. Art Deco's impact on railroads.
The 1920s and 30s are well known for...
Ah, that's why it's so quiet. The desktop audio is right down. There we are.
One art. The 1920s and 30s are well known for one art style, Art Deco. Through the use of streamlined, symmetrical designs evoking a sense of style, wealth, and pride, it affected everything from architecture, fonts, fashion, automobiles, and then the point of this video, railroads. Prior to the 1920s, railroads still often had design roots to the Victorian era with ornate infrastructure and equipment. However, things had been dialed back a bit to a more efficient, easier to build and maintain style. In other words, no longer were there tunnel portals or bridges that looked like castles. Not to say railroads ditched impressive architecture. Take Michigan Central Station in Detroit, Michigan, USA, for example, which opened in 1914. Using a Beaux-Arts classical architectural style, it was the tallest rail station in the world for its time. Also during this time, many railroads were beginning to find a solidified building style for the locomotives and create the look for a typical modern steam locomotive. For example, American locomotives no longer had balloon stacks, for the most part lacked any color, and instead were overall getting larger and more powerful. From 1917 during World War I until 1920, the United States Railroad Administration was formed to help standardize railroad practices and locomotive design further. On the other hand, British locomotives no longer look like they're invented.
Oh, Stephen, Stan would disagree with you heavily. He hates 4449.
The United States Railroad Administration was formed to help standardize railroad practices and locomotive design further. On the other hand, British locomotives no longer look like their invented ancestors and instead look cleaner, colorful, and achieve faster speeds. Moving further into the 1920s, a new trend of Art Deco originating out of
Charcoal might lash out at you for hating 4449 as well.
Invented ancestors and instead look cleaner, colorful, and achieve faster speeds. Moving further into the 1920s, a new trend of Art Deco originating out of France was beginning to go mainstream, although it wasn't known as Art Deco at the time. It wasn't until 1968 by art critic Bevis Hillier that the term Art Deco came to be. Regardless, railroads would soon be quick to jump on this new trend, seeing it as a way to look new, modern, and prestigious. One early change would be the way advertising and promotional material was drawn. Previously, most companies were using a fairly realistic art style, utilizing toned-down, less vibrant colors. Sometimes colors were limited or didn't exist at all given printing capabilities.
Yeah, I know,
Changes in style for the railroads occurred as early as the mid to late 1910s. The London Underground would be an early adopter of the Art Deco style. Advertising and promotional material began using a less realistic but more stylized and simplistic appearance.
I just love
It was an early
railway
minimalist
posters that
approach,
look like this.
realistic but more stylized and simplistic appearance. It was an early minimalist approach where less was better, and it could showcase what it had to without needing to be incredibly realistic.
Don't you mean you can't
would be an
tell
early
me,
adopter of the Art Deco style. Advertising and promotional material began using a less realistic but more stylized and simplistic appearance. It was an early minimalist approach where less was better, and it could showcase what appearance. It was an early minimalist approach where less was better, and it could showcase what it had to without needing to be incredibly realistic. Colors, but more stylized and simplistic appearance. It was an early minimalist approach where less was better, and it could showcase what it had to without needing to be incredibly realistic. Colors were very vibrant and eye-catching, and design elements were efficient and used more simplistic geometric shapes. Artists like Adolphe Jean-Marie Maroon spread Art Deco material across France and Europe with very stylistic and unique designs. His posters made heavy use of geometric shapes with interesting color schemes. In terms of early Art Deco train appearances, early examples actually date back to around 1905 through 1917 with the McKean Motor Car Company. They built early motor rail cars using porthole windows and a wind splitter pointed front end for aerodynamics. They were rather unusual and unique for the time. These were initially used by the Union Pacific, Southern Pacific, and a few other American railroads. They also soon made their way over to Victorian railways and the Queensland Railway of Australia. As the 1920s progressed into the latter part of the decade, Art Deco was in full swing on railroads.
And fitting, considering that the A1/A3s were inspired by the K4s.
These were initially used by the Union Pacific, Southern Pacific, and a few other American railroads. They also soon made their way over to Victorian railways and the Queensland Railway of Australia. As the 1920s progressed into the latter part of the decade, Art Deco was in full swing. The fad had reached Japan, Africa, Australia, and spread all across the world essentially. In the Soviet Union, Art Deco was incorporated into propaganda and railway posters alike, using the typical Soviet red and yellow color scheme. While all done by various artists, the art style for all of them share a commonality in terms of their overall abstractness and limited color palette. Fonts remained elongated and relatively spaced out, allowing for the actual art to take the viewer's focus. Shading was often done through means of either solid color cell shading or gradients. Locomotives using Art Deco stylizations would progress further in Germany in 1929 with the Schienenzeppelin, or Rail Zeppelin. Using a propeller as a propulsion device, it was a one-of-a-kind experimental locomotive that didn't really gain any traction. Despite its obvious safety hazards, it had a streamlined Zeppelin-like appearance. Compared to other locomotives, it was definitely unique, but did look futuristic. Railroad infrastructure would receive Art Deco treatment too, with the likenesses of Helsinki Central Station in Helsinki, Finland in 1919, Buffalo Central Terminal in Buffalo, New York, USA in 1929, Union Station in Omaha, Nebraska, USA in 1931, and Union Station in Chicago, Illinois, USA acquired a mix of Beaux-Arts with Art Deco over the construction of the Chicago Main Post Office in 1932. These structures are notably characterized by their arches, symmetrical geometric patterns of shapes and lines, along with their overall smooth finish. As the 1920s came to an end with the start of the Great Depression, the 1930s, as a result of the hard times, would cause a change in Art Deco. Art, or Streamline Moderne, would grow throughout the 30s as a new, less ornamental version of classic Art Deco, the construction of the Chicago Main Post Office in 1932. These structures are notably characterized by their arches, symmetrical geometric patterns of shapes and lines, along with their overall smooth finish. As the 1920s came to an end with the start of the Great Depression, the 1930s, as a result of the hard times, would cause a change in Art Deco. Art, or Streamline Moderne, would grow throughout the 30s as a new, less ornamental version of classic Art Deco. Its styling was more focused on streamlining instead of looking to be ambitious and wealthy. Less expensive materials would be used in designs, and cost-cutting measures often went into place for ease of production. Despite this, though, the 1930s would be the decade of the railroad streamliner. Kicking off the 30s was the German DRG Class SVT 877.
I thought you wouldn't, Stam. Oh, the New York Central Hudsons. Lovely engines.
Kicking off the 30s was the German DRG Class SVT 877, affectionately known as the Flying Hamburger. Built in 1932, it had a rounded-out shape with skirting around the wheels. It was a smooth, curved, and 32-877, affectionately known as the Flying Hamburger. Built in 1932, it had a rounded-out shape with skirting around the wheels. It was a smooth, curved, and clean look. The train was touted as the fastest regular railway connection in the world for its time, running between Berlin and Hamburg, averaging 77 miles per hour. Back in the United States, the country's first streamlined passenger train would be the Union Pacific's M10000 diesel train set in early 1934. It was built by Electromotive Corporation, later known as Electromotive Division, and its design was inspired by the railplane created by George Benny in 1929 Scotland. Evolved versions of the M10000 would come in the form of the M10000 1 through 6. 3 through 6 using a new bulldog-style nose. Posters that advertised the 6.
I like the look of models 3 through 6. Very nice.
6 using a new bulldog-style nose.
Not that great. Okay.
In 1929
Connor
Scotland.
was the New York Central, as was his sister Caitlin.
Evolved versions of the M10000 would come in the form of the M10000 1 through 6. 3 through 6 using a new bulldog-style nose. Posters that advertised the train had reduced. Evolved versions of the M10000 would come in the form of the M10000 1 through 6. 3 through 6 using a new bulldog-style nose. Posters that advertised the train had reduced color schemes, instead drawing attention to the new yellow and brown livery for the as the train had reduced color schemes, instead drawing attention to the new yellow and brown livery for the UP. The original M10000 would be displayed at the Chicago's World Fair, the Century of Progress, in 1934. It was, however, a bit overshadowed by the sleek Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy's Zephyr train set, which was built around the same time. The Zephyr had set a speed record between Denver, Colorado, and Chicago, Illinois.
You prefer American diesels? You prefer American diesels over their steam engines? Right.
Shadowed by the sleek Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy's Zephyr train set, which was built around the same time. The Zephyr had set a speed record between Denver, Colorado, and Chicago, Illinois on May 26, 1934. It made the 1,015.4-mile nonstop trip in 13 hours and 15 minutes, averaging 78 miles per hour. It even briefly reached 112.5 miles per hour. On the topic of the World's Fair, railroad advertisements about the event spoke of quick and convenient service right up to the entrance gates. Vibrant color schemes made a statement of interest and futurism, with the many buildings and displays in these illustrations. A steam locomotive at speed often accompanied these ads, honing in on the fast, efficient service to the fairgrounds. Other posters of the early to mid-30s were looking quite colorful and found a good balance of classic Art Deco with more contemporary Streamline Moderne. Anyway, not long after the World's Fair, there would be America's first Art Deco streamlined individual locomotive. It was built for the New York Central, known as the Art Line
that
Moderne.
is a sexy
Anyway,
engine.
not long after the world's...
You can't tell me otherwise, guys. That is sexy. Everything is so smooth. The locomotive and tender look like they're fused together. As I said, the whole build is so smooth. Guys, you can't tell me that that is not a sexy engine.
Fair, there would be America's first Art Deco streamlined individual locomotive.
Like
it was built for the New York
one.
Central, known as the Art Deco streamlined individual locomotive. It was built for the New York Central, known as the Commodore Vanderbilt. Nicknamed upside-down bathtubs, a shovel-nosed shroud...
Well, maybe in your opinion, Stan, but in my opinion, I really like it.
Anyway, not long after the World's Fair, there would be America's first Art Deco streamlined individual locomotive. It was built for the New York Central, known as the Commodore Vanderbilt. Nicknamed upside-down bathtubs, a shovel-nosed shroud was added to a 464J
because that's exactly what they did, Stan.
It was built for the New York Central, known as the Commodore Vanderbilt. Nicknamed upside-down bathtubs, a shovel-nosed shroud was added to a 464J1E Hudson and first debuted in December 1934. It then went on tour before being put into service in February 1935. The rounded-out style concealing the engine from beneath was created by Carl F. Cantola. This streamlined style would be copied onto the 1936 Rexel Drug Company showroom train as well. Other streamliners the New York Central had were the Mercury in 1936 and the Dreyfuss Hudson in 1937. These Central had were the Mercury in 1936 and the Dreyfuss Hudson.
See, Stan, William likes it.
Well, other streamliners the New York Central had were the Mercury in 1936.
Mercury looks good as well, but of course the Hudson is arguably the most well-known American streamliner. What does everyone think of the Hudson?
In 1937. Liners the New York Central had were the Mercury in 1936 and the Dreyfuss Hudson in 1937. These were designed by French industrial designer Raymond Loewy. Loewy had previously done work for the Pennsylvania Central had were the Mercury in 1936 and the Dreyfuss Hudson in 1937. These were designed by French industrial designer Raymond Loewy. Other streamliners the New York Central had were the Mercury in 1936 and the Dreyfuss Hudson in 1937. These were designed by French industrial designer Raymond Loewy. Loewy had previously done work for the Pennsylvania Railroad with the electric GG1 in 1934, and the Pennsylvania Railroad with the electric GG1 in 1934, and the streamlined variant of the K4 Pacific in 1936. While these engines were modern for their time, retrospectively they're distinctly nostalgic of the Art Deco era with their many curves, lining, and the aerodynamic design. Compare a stock K4 with a streamlined version. The latter looks much faster and a fair bit more modern. A design like this would be perfect for high-end trains like the Broadway Limited. Over the Pacific Ocean in Japan, another type of Pacific was getting an Art Deco streamlining treatment. This was the Japanese Government Railways C-53. Graphic designer mood treatment for the Pacific Ocean in Japan.
The Hudson is mid to me. It looks nice in that black and orange livery. Alright, cool. At least you don't hate it, At least you don't hate it, Stan. Exactly, William.
Another type of Pacific was getting an Art Deco streamlining treatment. This was the Japanese Government Railways C-53. Graphic design lining treatment. This was
I don't like how it, bulges out at the front like that.
The Japanese Government Railways C-53. Graphic designer Munetsuge Sotomi made posters such as these for JGR in 1937.
Yes,
this one depicts the view from a speeding train as the scenic countryside rolls by. Peter Irwin Brown of the Netherlands additionally made posters for Japanese government railways, showcasing scenic locations in Japan. Moving over to Europe and the United Kingdom, there was the A4 Pacific in 1935, the Silver Jubilee of which was the first train to use an A4. Its related ad revered the service as Britain's first streamlined train. The blue and silver color additionally evoke a feeling of high-end, reliable service. The London, Midland, and Scottish's Coronation Scott in 1937 had an iconic bullet-shaped shroud, and their stripes and advertising were all about speed. By this point in the mid to late 30s, though, standard Art Deco was beginning to be phased out in favor of streamlined moderne. Engines like the Mercury, Coronation Scott, and Dreyfus Hudson fell under this category. Other developments like the China Railways SL7 and Dutch Railways DE3 line train. The blue and silver color additionally evoke a feeling of high-end, reliable service.
Indeed,
the London, Midland, and Scottish's Coronation Scott in 1937 had an iconic bullet-shaped shroud, and their stripes and advertising were all about speed. By this point in the mid to late 30s, though, standard Art Deco was beginning to be phased out in favor of Streamline Moderne. Engines like the Mercury, Coronation
Yeah, Stan,
was beginning to be phased out in favor of Streamline
Hello, Blockside.
Moderne. Engines like the
But honestly, Stan, the Mercury engine doesn't look too different from the Coronation Scott.
Mercury, Coronation Scott.
Yeah, the Mercury doesn't look too different from the Coronation Scott, so surely you're at least okay with the Mercury engine.
Moderne. Engines like the Mercury, Coronation Scott, and Dreyfus Hudson fell under this category. Other development standard Art Deco was beginning to be phased out in favor of Streamline Moderne. Engines like the Mercury, Coronation Scott, and Dreyfus Hudson fell under this category. Other developments like the China Railways SL7 and Dutch Railways DE3 in 1934, PLM Class 221B Atlantic and DRG Class 05 in 19...
Yeah, these two German engines look a bit bulky to me.
PLM...
It looks completely different. I beg to differ. It's got quite a similar bullet-shaped shroud. Yeah, these two German streamliners look kind of bulky to me. Not really a fan of how their wheels are covered. Well, I guess it's not too bad, but how their wheels are covered, but yeah, these are kind of bulky.
221B Atlantic and DRG Class 05 in 1935, Japanese Government Railway C55 in 1936, New Haven Railroad I-5, Chicago and Northwestern E4, and EMC TA and EA in 1937, Soviet Railways IS Class and Grand Trunk Western U4B in 1938, along with the Pennsylvania Railroad S1 in 1930.
Oh, me like the S1s.
39 are just some examples of trains developed in this streamlined style. Even interurban streetcars like the J.G. Brill Company Bullet starting in 1931 and PCC streetcars in 1935 had aerodynamics in mind. Printed materials of the late 1930s proved to be changing too, moving towards a slightly more detailed, less abstract style, instead evoking a stronger sense of minimalism and modernism. Fonts also became bolder and shorter in height. This Southern Pacific poster depicts the locomotive without all of its external parts and only showcases the basic shape of the engine. It's not as loud in appearance and not nearly as abstract looking as classic Art Deco. One simple yet impressive poster was by German graphic designer illustrator Sascha Maurer. He created this 1938 one for the New Haven Railroad featuring their I-5 locomotive after visiting the Baldwin Locomotive Works. He was very impressed by their size and power and conveyed this by drawing the locomotive so it took up most of the canvas and from an angle where the viewer is looking up at the engine. Text is minimal so as to not draw Railroad featuring their I-5 locomotive after visiting the Baldwin Locomotive Works. He was very impressed by their size and power and conveyed this by drawing.
They only have their wheels partly covered. Not all of them have their wheels covered, and the ones that do only have them partly covered, Levco.
1938 one for the New Haven Railroad featuring their I-5 locomotive after visiting the Baldwin Locomotive Works. He was very impressed by their size and power.
With the two German ones, you can't see the wheels at all.
He created this 1938 one for the New Haven Railroad featuring their I-5 locomotive after visiting the Baldwin Locomotive Works. He was very impressed by their size and power and conveyed this by drawing the locomotive so it took up most of the canvas. And from their size and power and conveyed this by drawing the locomotive so it took up most of the canvas.
So was 3801's class based on the I-5 locomotives, Levco? Is that right? They were based on the I-5s?
Impressed by their size and power and conveyed this by drawing the locomotive so it took up most of the canvas and from an angle where the viewer is looking up at the engine. Text is minimal so as to not draw attention away from the magnitude of the locomotive. Another 1938 poster he made for the New Haven featured an I-5 locomotive silhouette created by a beach scene. Symbolism is shown in the sense that the train can take you to the pristine beach you're looking at. To round out the 30s, Maurer's 1939 poster for the Pennsylvania Railroad depicts the 1939 New York World's Fair. It's a bit more surreal
What,
looking with the
Jacob?
city layout. Depicts the
Oh, the
to
first
round out
five
the
were based
30s,
on the
Mora's
i5s.
19
Yeah,
that the
I
train
know
can
the
take
first
you to the
five were
silhouette
streamlined.
created by a beach scene. Symbolism is shown in the sense that the train can take you to the pristine beach you're looking at. To round out the 30s, Mora's 1939 poster for the Pennsylvania Railroad depicts the 1939 New York World's Fair. This 1930 train can take you to the pristine beach you're looking at. To round out the 30s, Mora's 1939 poster for the Pennsylvania Railroad depicts the 1939 New York World's Fair. It's a bit more surreal looking with the city layout and fairground structures, but reflects the futurism instilled by the World's Fair to cap off the decade. Before the 1930s were over, though, railroad stations weren't left out as they saw a number of additional Art Deco treatments. For example, Park Station in Montreal, Quebec, Canada in 1931.
There's nothing
30th
new
Street
about
Station
it,
in
I know. The name I reckon the name New England comes from the days when the British Empire was colonizing America.
Instilled by the World's Fair to cap off the decade. Before the 1930s were over, though, railroad stations weren't left out as they saw a number of additional Art Deco treatments. For example, Park Station in Montreal, Quebec, Canada in 1931, 30th Street Station in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA in 1933, Cincinnati Union Terminal in Cincinnati, Ohio, USA in 1933, and Surbiton Railway Station in Surbiton, England in 1937. But in the end, the 1930s, while notable for its streamlined trains and Art Deco stations, was also noted for the overall decline of the Art Deco style. As World War II set in and Art Deco's popularity began to quickly wane, a new series of posters had been developing in America. These were created by the Works Progress Administration between 1936 and 1943. The WPA was developed as part of President Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal to get millions of Americans back to work. In doing this, hundreds upon hundreds of designs were drawn up. A few railroad ones were created and took influence from Art Deco with a rather minimalist and modernist approach. Aside from WPA posters, railroad advertising and promotional material of the 1940s continued to take on a more realistic style. While elements of Art Deco stylization still existed in some of these, most began to move away from it and take on a more contemporary look. This was due to Art Deco now mainly being seen as gaudy, wasteful, and pretentious, which wasn't quite fitting for wartime austerity. Posters of World War II often...
So what if there's a war on? Can't we have a bit of beauty in our... Can't we still have a bit of beauty in our advertising? So what if there's a war happening? And it's... Well, it does, because it's originated from the UK, Joshua.
Take on a more contemporary look. This was due to Art Deco now mainly being seen as gaudy, wasteful, and pretentious, which wasn't quite fitting for wartime austerity. Posters of World War II often showcased a more realistic style and spoke of the importance of the railroads. They also urged passengers to stay home and allow the railroads to conserve fuel to move wartime materials and soldiers. After the war, classic Art Deco had for the most part faded out of the mainstream media as more streamlined, practical, and realistic styles in the late 1940s and 50s would spread across the world. However, Art Deco's influence would still linger on and influence architecture and minimalist and modernist art. Streamlined Moderne had become very popular in the US during the 1930s, for example, and it saw continued use into the 1940s and 50s. It was used for stations like the Chesapeake and Ohio's Prince West Virginia Station.
Alright, I'll give you that, Stan.
Very popular in the US during the 1930s, for example, and it saw continued use into the 1940s and 50s. It was used for stations like the Chesapeake and Ohio's Prince West Virginia Station in 1946, along with their Fort Spring Tunnel in 1947. Even coaling towers in Hinton, West Virginia and Clifton Forge, Virginia would get a streamlined look. C&O locomotives like the rebuilt L1 Hudson in 1946 get a streamlined look. C&O locomotives like the rebuilt
Eating as much as an elephant eats.
L1 Hudson.
Okay, Stan, I will agree that this one does look kind of ugly. This Chesapeake and Ohio Streamliner does look kind of ugly. The way it recedes in towards the bottom. If you want an engine to be truly streamlined, it's got to protrude outwards. The front has got to protrude outwards to make it as aerodynamic as possible.
In 1946, an experimental M1 steam turbine in 1947.
Yeah, I do And I do agree that the steam turbine locomotives do look kind of ugly.
Featured prominent streamlined modern designs as well. Even the classic C&O logo got special treatment at the Prince Station using a unique color scheme and pattern of...
Was this train streamlined, William?
The C&O logo got special treatment at the Prince Station using a unique color scheme and pattern of lines for the letters. Other trains in the style for the time were the Southern Pacific GS2 through GS6 from 1937 to 1943.
Oh, I know Stan hates them. I know. All good streamliners should look like the A4s. Oh god, Stan, this is the GS series is the streamlined American engine you really hate.
Using a unique color scheme and pattern of lines within the letters. Other trains in the style for the time were the Southern Pacific GS2 through GS6 from 1937 to 1943, Norfolk and Western J-Class in 1941.
What about the Norfolk and Western J-Class? Nothing compared to the steam diesel hybrid, I know. I know. Good train. Yes, I know. It was planned to be streamlined, steamed... Go on, tell us about Hitler's flagship train then, William. Yeah, what do you think of the Norfolk and Western J-Class, though, Stan?
1937 to 1943, Norfolk and Western J-Class.
Doesn't look too bad to me.
GS2 through GS6 from 1937 to 1943, Norfolk and Western J-Class in 19...
Oh, I know. Does it look like another pencil on wheels to you, Stan?
Through GS6 from 1937 to 1943, Norfolk and Western J-Class in 1941, Alco PA in 1946, B&O Cincinnatian in 1947, EMD's F-Series of locomotives from 1939 to 1960.
Oh, the J-Class is mid. Oh, I see. Oh, you were referring to the GS series, I
GS6
see.
from 1937 to 1943, Norfolk and Western J-Class in 1941.
Yeah, I had to get rid of that because it contained content from your experience guide, which is what gave me the copyright strike.
Alco PA in 1946, B&O Cincinnatian in 1947, EMD's F-Series of locomotives from 1939 to 1960, the FS Class ETR 300 in 1953, General Motors' futuristic-looking Aero Train in 1955, DB Class VT 11.5 in 1957, and the Japanese National Railways 151 series in 1958. Back to posters. Artists like Joseph Binder and Byrne Hill are some examples of the post-Art Deco minimalist and modernist art style. Binder's designs maintained a somewhat abstract modernist style and had bright color themes. Hill's designs were a bit more detailed and realistic, but had elements of minimalism with a cel-shaded appearance. However, by the late 40s and throughout the 50s, particularly in the US, Art Deco was a bit more detailed and realistic, but had elements of minimalism with a cel-shaded appearance. However, by the late 40s and throughout the 50s, particularly in the US, Art Deco streamliners had begun to fall out of style in favor of up-and-coming diesel locomotives. While these diesels kept a streamlined appearance, they weren't exactly Art Deco. With the formation of British Railways in 1948, a variety of realistically painted posters were created, promoting locations and the operations of the BR. These often displayed steam locomotives and early diesels working hard in active scenes. Other countries followed this more realistic trend up into the 1960s, while minimalism and an increased interest in graphic design began to take hold with technology rapidly increasing in complexity and capabilities. This change in the design world could also be seen in the world of railway logos. For example, Canadian National Railway in 1960, French National Railways and British Rail in 1966, along with Dutch Railways in 1968, who was actually inspired by Canadian National and British Rail. Streamlining would then reach a new medium in the world of high-speed trains, examples being the Chinook CE.
Oh yeah, we were going to save high-speed train talk for stream on the 5th of April.
Material, while locomotives had gained a more industrial and practical appearance. To put it short, Art Deco was long gone after it had once reigned supreme over the world's railways. While the 1980s did see a bit of an Art Deco revival, the railroads of the world didn't quite capitalize on it all that much, as they found styles of their own. From there, it hasn't ever quite made a full comeback for the railways, only coming back for nostalgic one-time deal advertising. For example, in the mid-2000s into the 2010s, graphic artist Michael Schwab created several promotional posters for Amtrak. While mainly reflective of a modern-day minimalist style, some do look as if they could be from the Art Deco era. Many of these you can still see inside of Amtrak stations and trains. Art Deco has nonetheless made a lasting impact on railroads, whether it be printed advertising or the physical appearance of locomotives, rolling stock, and infrastructure. Stations often stand as a reminder of a time long gone by, when Art Deco was the most modern and futuristic looking style out there. Of course, not everything was Art Deco in the 1920s and 30s, it was just one of the many popular styles in existence and happened to catch on and serve as the poster boy of art for 2 decades. Whether you find it appealing or not, it undeniably paved the way for future streamliners in the modern locomotives and train sets of today.
Yes.
Perhaps one day it'll make a comeback, but for now, Art Deco remains a nostalgic trademark of the 1920s and 30s, and will always be one of the most unique eras in the history of the world's railways.
Choo choo to you too, Hudson. Right then, let's have a look at that other
Big
Streamlined locomotive. The Amtrak guy 365 has made a video on only 3 weeks ago, actually. The Milwaukee Road's Hiawatha, or however you pronounce it. Guess we'll find out how you pronounce it in this video.
Big wheels? Check. Fast? Check. Orange? Also check. I guess we're talking about the Milwaukee Road's Hiawathas today.
Hiawatha.
Streamlining was the hot new trend of the 1930s. Railroads figured it would be a good way to look more modern and draw passengers back and away from their newfangled automobiles. Meanwhile, the Chicago and Northwestern, Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy, and the Milwaukee Road were all competing for the fastest travel time between Chicago, Illinois, and the Twin Cities of Minnesota. In May 1935, the Milwaukee Road introduced the Twin Cities Hiawatha, traveling 421
nice to see you.
between Chicago and the Twin Cities of Minnesota. In May,
Still there, Stan? She was a joiner's dream. 3801. Alright, William. We'll have a look at it in a moment.
1935, the Milwaukee Road introduced the Twin Cities Hiawatha, in May, fastest travel time between Chicago, Illinois, and the Twin Cities of Minnesota. In May 1935, the Milwaukee Road introduced the Twin Cities Hiawatha, traveling 421 miles between Chicago and Minneapolis in 6.5 hours. The Hiawatha name was derived from the titular fictional character featured in a Henry Wadsworth Longfellow poem.
Cool stuff.
It was about a Native American who was swift of foot and could outrun an arrow. 4 Class A types were built to power the bright and modern express trains. They were among the last 442 Atlantic types built in the U.S. With 84-inch diameter drivers, they could easily cruise along at 80 to 90 miles per hour. These speeds were achieved through a simplified running gear design. Instead of a whistle, the A-Class had a Leslie air horn because the sound cut through fog better, and overall it was much louder when running at higher speeds.
Interesting. Oh, cool, Jacob. Steam trains with a horn is just weird.
Auto Cooler does.
Apparently the GS series also had air horns as well as whistles.
Auto Cooler designed the Art Deco Streamline shrouding, paint scheme, coach interiors, and new beaver tail observation car.
Ooh, lovely.
Shiny wings wrapped around the nose, evoking a sense of speed and prestige. A gray body was highlighted by vibrant orange and red stripes that guided the viewer to a colorful tender with an iconic emblem and line of luxury passenger cars. The Twin Cities Hiawatha was an instant hit with passengers, and over the years, new trains and routes were added under the Hiawatha brand. Soon, an entire fleet of Streamliners spanned into Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nebraska, and South Dakota. To power these new trains, the Class G, F3 and F7 were streamlined and rolled out in the late 30s and early 40s. They were fast, powerful, and reliable. That is, when F7 number 102 wasn't ripping itself to pieces due to a lubricator failure. On the engineer's side, the crosshead overheated and seized up on its guide. While running around 90 miles per hour, it then broke and sent the valve gear flying around, shredding up the roadbed, and the overheated and seized due to a lubricator failure. On the engineer's side, the crosshead overheated and seized up on its guide. While running around 90 miles per hour, it then broke and sent the valve gear flying around, shredding up the roadbed and the engine's brake lines and streamlining. Reports of injuries are debatable, but otherwise no one was hurt or killed. But number 102 was scrapped as repairs would be too expensive.
Oh, that's disappointing.
But number 102 was scrapped as repairs would be too expensive.
Alright then, William, we'll see you... James,
reports of injuries are debatable, but otherwise no one was hurt or killed. But number 102 was injuries are...
What do you think of the Beaver Tail observation coach, Stan? Hello, Neon. Yeah, it is brutal. Hello, Neon. So nice to see you. At the moment, we're talking about the Milwaukee Road Hiawatha trains, one of America's many streamlined trains.
The roadbed and the engine's brake lines and streamlining. Reports of injuries are debatable.
So I take it you don't like the look of this engine either, Stan.
Engine's brake lines and streamlining. Reports of injuries are debatable, but otherwise no one was hurt or killed. But number 102 was scrapped as repairs would be too expensive. Apart from that incident, Hiawatha trains were too expensive.
You don't like the Beaver Tail coach, Stan. Hello, Thomas Shorts. Nice to see you.
Apart from that incident, Hiawatha trains were often sold out as passengers zipped along to their vacation and fishing spots in the north or to work in the sprawling metropolis of Chicago in the south. Some reports claim the trains often reached over 100 miles per hour, all while maintaining a very smooth ride.
Lovely.
Post-war competition then came from the newly streamlined.
Stan would agree with you, Neon.
Reports claim the trains often reached over 100 miles per hour, all while maintaining a very smooth ride.
Yeah,
post-war competition then came from the newly streamlined Empire Builder and North Coast Limited. This spurred the Milwaukee Road to upgrade their Olympian train to Hiawatha standards. In June 1947, the Olympian Hiawatha debuted with new Fairbanks Morse Erie built diesels, spacious lightweight coaches, and later on the iconic Superdome and Skytop Lounge were added to the consist.
Oh, those coaches are very sexy.
Diesels, spacious lightweight coaches, and later on the iconic Superdome and Skytop Lounge were added to the consist.
Very sexy.
Industrial designer Brooks Stevens led the redesign project. Despite its scenic route, the train struggled financially, as did the Chippewa Hiawatha in the 1950s. Service north of Channing, Michigan was cut in 1953, parlor service north of Milwaukee was removed in 56, the Hiawatha branding was removed in 57, and despite opposition from state authorities and locals, the train was discontinued in its entirety in February 1960. The Milwaukee Road noted they were losing over $60,000 a year operating.
Yeah, Stan would disagree with you, Jacob. The only ones he thinks are okay are the New York Central Hudsons and the Norfolk and Western J-Class.
Locals, the train was discontinued in its entirety in February 1960. The Milwaukee Road noted they were losing over $60,000 a year operating the train. Each Hiawatha saw fewer cars behind it as the years went on. The car, bus, and plane were being seen as more advantageous travel options. By 1970, only the Twin Cities Hiawatha remained. Amtrak took over most of America's passenger rail operations in 1971, with a revival of the Twin Cities Hiawatha, North Coast Hiawatha, Turboliners, and North Star following in the footsteps of the Milwaukee Road Streamliners. By October 1989, the Hiawatha service name was formally
think it's funny here you call it sexy? Yeah, I understand, William. It's funny that, yeah, it would be strange for a train to be called sexy, but I'm sorry, I'm a train enthusiast. How could I not use words like sexy?
By October 1989, the Hiawatha service name was formally introduced for Amtrak trains running from Chicago to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Today, 7 Hiawatha trains and the Empire Builder travel part of the route where the orange-colored speedliners once raced upon. Amtrak's new Great River service looks to extend an existing Hiawatha round trip from Milwaukee into St. Paul, Minnesota, further reviving the Streamliner route. It's scheduled to begin sometime in 2024. While not as fast, Amtrak's Hiawathas top out at 79 miles per hour on their daily runs. Many passengers use the route to see baseball games in Milwaukee.
It's alright, William. Thank you for coming. We'll see you next week. I do hope we see Electro, Odd Victor, and Charcoal later.
Sometime in 2024. While not as fast, Amtrak's Hiawathas top out at 79 miles per hour on their daily runs. Many passengers use the route to see baseball games in Milwaukee and Chicago, or traveling to Chicago for work. Remnants of the original Hiawatha trains can be found in preservation across the U.S., most notably a few Skytop lounge cars. The Milwaukee Road's Hiawatha trains were some of the most iconic, stylish, and fastest streamliners of their day. Just as Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem wrote of Hiawatha, the trains were most certainly swift of foot.
Yep.
Thank you to my channel members.
Seems like Amtrak Guy has an entire playlist, an entire series on his channel. Streamliner Spotlight. Let's see. Engines of New York Central. New South Wales. Hilarious, Jacob. Let's see. Oh, we might watch this later. How NNW 611 became an icon of steam. It's a streamlined locomotive, so it relates to the subject of this stream, so yeah. All New York Central's jet-powered high-speed train, you may watch that later. Round coaches are just not my thing? Okay, fair enough, but they're my thing, Stan. No problem, Levco. William's also going to bed. I know you two both live in Australia, so you both get some rest. Thank you both for coming. And hopefully we'll see you next week. Yeah, they are nice. And technically they are streamlined, Neon. No, they're not, Neon. A good deal of them are still in service on certain Amtrak routes. Certain Amtrak transcontinental routes. Character parodies? Okay. You want to include a Milwaukee Streamliner in Atkinson Junction? Oh, cool. You gonna use an Atlantic one, a 442, or a Hudson type one? Right, I guess now we'll, like the 91s? Yeah, I guess, but except there's more Genesises still in service. A higher percentage as opposed to the Class 91s. Oh, by the way, guys, the next themed live stream I'm going to do, Stream 162 in 3 weeks' time, is going to be the start of a series of 4 live streams I want to do this year, focusing on each of the 4 big 4 railway companies. Big 4 British railway companies. Right, so let's drive some streamlined trains on Roblox now. We'll go into Steam Age, and I think we'll drive the A4 on here, because yes. Oh, the Metrovic's been added to this game, nice. Oh, and new LNER Suburban coaches. We're driving the A4 on here at the moment. We may drive the Coronation Scott as well. If you guys remember, I did an entire stream dedicated to the... to the Coronation Scots last year, so we're not going to talk about them much in this stream, as I've already talked about them a lot. The Great West... Oh yeah, the Great Western Railway stand, that's what I'll... I meant to say that's the one I'm going to do. The Great Western Railway I'm going to start with, and then the LNER, then the LMS, and then the Southern Railway. So here we are, the A4 class. Oh, the audio. Bargate. Oh god, the A4s have fantastic whistles. I wonder which engine the real 4484 was. No, I think the other engine you saw, Jacob, was a V2. Oh yes, and at some point in this stream, we will definitely talk about Mallard and his speed record, his 1938 speed record. Oh come on, you can't run these trains up to 126, really? Mostly for its paint scheme. Yeah, it looks great in VR Express Blue Neon. I have the Coronation class, so you'll be using that? Okay, cool, Stan. You can review that? Nice. It was indeed Neon, it was more than neat. It was dare I say, sexy. Must have been cousins to the B1s, yes. I believe the B17s also received some of the B17s also received streamlined casing for express runs on the Great Eastern Main Line from London, Liverpool Street to Norwich. Yeah, the B17s. It's anything but unrealistic, Stan. If Mallards could top out at 126, of course it must be realistic. But yeah, the A4's usually topped out at 90 in regular service. Can't blame you? Yeah. Whistle kind of glitching? Yeah. But yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah, I think some of the B17s on the Great Eastern Main Line also had streamlined casing fitted. So which one was the real 4484? Falcon. So it's Falcon I'm driving in this game, number 4484. Yeah, a lot of these were named after birds. A lot of the A4s were named after birds. Wouldn't run at that speed in service. But yeah, they usually topped out at... But yeah, the A4s usually average 90 in regular service. which is a pretty normal speed for intercity trains these days, but in the days of steam, that was fast. An average speed of 90 miles an hour was fast. Don't derail Falcon over a mountain. What makes you say that, Jacob? Realistic chucking sound? Nice. Having a bully back in his LNER days being a B-17? Nice. A streamlined B-17, Jacob. Best at steady paces? Yeah. You told me. One was named Golden Eagle. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this is it. Number 4482. Golden Eagle. Yeah, good. Yeah, most of the, Yeah, most of the A4s were named, yeah, they were basically all named after birds. Except 4498 Sir Nigel Gresley, named after, well, Sir Nigel Gresley. Oh yeah, some of the A4s were also named after British Empire provinces. But yeah, most of them were named after birds. And obviously the first four built to pull the Silver Link train / Silver Jubilee were, they all had the prefix of silver. Elegant name. Alright then, Jacob, you're going to be back, though. Yeah, I agree, Neon. Golden Eagle is a very elegant name. But yeah, the one we're driving, 4484, is Falcon. The real Falcon was withdrawn on the 20th of October, 1963. Right, I think we're approaching Bargate now, so slow down. Got a B12 there, lovely. Wait, no, this is St. Denton, but whatever, we'll stop here anyway. Oh, we've got a non-streamlined B17 here as well. Usual time, HW until 10:30, as opposed to Margate, yes. Taylor from Steam Railway Stories? Nice. Lovely. Right, while we're stopped here at this station... Oh yeah, Dominion of Canada is preserved. Oh yeah, Union of South Africa was originally called Osprey. So 35 A4s were built. And 6 have been preserved, so that's about... let me think... That's about 1/6 of the... That's about 1/6 of the A4s that were built have been preserved. So the ones preserved are Mallard, obviously. Mallard, of course, had to have been preserved because she's the fastest steam train in the world. Well, the one that went the fastest, anyway. So yeah, the 6 preserved A4s are Mallard, Sir Nigel Gresley, Union of South Africa, Dominion of Canada, Bittern, I think. Bittern and, what's the other one? Oh yeah, Dwight D. Eisenhower. Yeah, that's the last one. So yeah, most of them are named after birds, but not all of them. So yeah, Mallard, Sir Nigel Gresley, Dominion of Canada, Bittern, Union of South Africa, and Dwight D. Eisenhower. Those are the 6. Those are the 6 preserved A4s. Oh, and how can we forget about... Hey, Electro, nice to see you. Offer above, you'll be back soon. Okay, Jacob. America better give us Dwight back, okay. See what goes on tonight. Hello, Electro, lovely to see you. Right now we're talking about the A4 locomotives. I've just mentioned the 6 that are preserved. Mallard, Sir Nigel Gresley, Dominion of Canada, Union of South Africa, Dwight D. Eisenhower, and Bittern. All 6 engines were reunited for... all 6 A4s were preserved A4s were reunited in 2013 at the National Railway Museum for the 75th anniversary of Mallard's records. Oh, and how can we forget about Gadwall? Number 4469, Gadwall, who is infamously damaged beyond repair by a bomb at York in 1942. During an air raid in World War II. Yeah, that's right, Electro. Neon's here as well, Electro. Oh yeah, Golden Fleece as well. Specifically, Electro, Spencer is based on one of the first 4. Spencer, being silver, is based on one of the first 4 A4s that were built. Yeah, Spencer's based on one of the first 4 A4s that were built, that were painted silver, to run the Silver Link service between London, King's Cross and Newcastle. So, Electro and Neon are here. The only 3 people we need now are Charcoal, Odd and Victor. And Brill Bricks as well, I guess. Actually, you know what? Let's get out of this engine and go to the special spawn, because we can spawn one of the Silver Link A4s. these ones can go up to 112, which was the speed record that Silver Link attained. Yeah, I believe these trains were one of the first to feature, like Jacob's bogies, where two coaches share one bogie. Yeah, I've had this Game Pass for a long time. So yeah, I'm not sure which of the 4 silver A4s Spencer is based on, but it's definitely one of them. Right, let's get this up to 112. There we go. Falcon is an awesome name for... Alright. I remember just being obsessed with a page in a book I had about trains which had an image of an A4 after it was damaged by the bomb. Yeah, that was Gadwall, Stan, who at the time was named Sir Ralph Wedgwood, and then that name was given to another A4. Fitting, too, as the Falcon is the fastest bird on the planet, be able to reach speeds of 320 miles an hour. It's an awesome name for a train as well. You meant train. That A4 missing textures? I don't know. Poor renders. What I remember that Spencer is what... Yes, Electro, indeed, that's right. And as I said, he's specifically based on one of the first 4 A4s that were built for the Silver Jubilee service. Scary image, as only thing recognisable of the picture was the nameplate, and I believe it was the only salvageable part of the engine. Yeah, number 2209 Silver Link. This was the first A4 that was built. Yeah, number 4469 Gadwall. Yeah, this A4 was infamously damaged beyond repair. Well, it was first known as Gadwall, but then it was known as Sir Ralph Wedgwood. It only lasted 4 years. Sir Ralph Wedgwood only lasted about 4 years. Yeah, Gadwall was damaged beyond repair. The nameplate of Sir Ralph Wedgwood was then given to the A4, who was originally known as Herring Gull. It's Herring. I know, Electro, it wasn't. Yeah, it is pretty horrifying, isn't it, Stan? Indeed. This engine could have been preserved. Had this bombing not happened, it could have been preserved. We could have had a 7th A4 in preservation. And honestly, I do think that Silver Link, the very first A4, should have been preserved, as it was the record holder, famously reaching 112 miles an hour. What do you think of it, Neon? Gadwall being bombed. Looked at the pictures and thought it fell off a bridge. You were a dumb kid. Yeah. I wouldn't blame you for thinking that, Stan. But yeah, now let's talk about the Silver Jubilee train, which was the first, which was the 4 engines that pulled this train, obviously being Spencer's basis. Oh, it only ran between 1935 and 1939. Once per day in each direction, departing from Newcastle at 10 AM and returning from King's Cross at 5:30 PM. Oh, no problem, John Murray. Thank you for coming. We'll see you next week. It's about streamlined steam and diesel trains, Lewis. Welcome. Headlight can't keep ahead? Yeah. So yeah, it started out as a 7-coach train, but then it was 8 coaches. I think he means in the game. Yeah, he means in the game. But yeah, the Silver Jubilee was the first streamlined train in Britain, so yeah, it is going to be for the entire stream. Oh, I'll have this to watch later. Where are Odd and Victor, and where's Charcoal? If Charcoal is going to come, he probably won't show up until much later. No word from any of them yet. Falling behind the train itself? Yeah. No, he's observing what I'm seeing in the game. Yeah, no word from Odd either. Still hope they come though. Right! So, the Silver Jubilee train. Here we are, this, hang on, this, right, this 1-minute newsreel from 1935.
On the 110th anniversary of the opening of the first English railway, when George Stephenson's locomotive number 1 covered 26 miles at an average speed of 8 miles an hour, the Silver Jubilee, drawn by the Streamline Silver Link, left King's Cross. She is to run regularly between London and Newcastle, and on her trial trip, she attained a record speed of 112 miles an hour. Speed, comfort, and a wild modern beauty.
Well, technically, Lewis, Electro just mentioned Spencer, who's based on one of the 4, A4s that pulled the Silver Link train. So what do you think, Electro? Awesome. Oh, it cut out. It wasn't the whole thing, it just cut out. Could you stop asking me all that, Lewis? We're still pounding along here. Right, so... yeah, this looks like a good video.
The unintentional record breaker. first run of the Silver Jubilee. This is a story of how vision, the desire to succeed, and the late...
Best train shot cut short. Indeed. The moment where the train hit. The moment where the train hit 112.
late delivery of a vital component culminated
So yeah, what do you think,
in one
Electro?
of the most remarkable events in railway history. I love it because it shows how excellence can be achieved in the most unexpected of ways. The year is 1934. Despite the Great Depression, the senior management of the London and North Eastern Railway were looking to the future. The London and North Eastern Railway, or LNER as it was called, was one of the big four railway companies in the United Kingdom. Its main line stretched all the way from London.
Mallard hit 126 actually, Neon. Okay, Electro seems to have disappeared. He hasn't answered me. Right, gonna stop this train at the next station. Welcome back, Jacob. Stop here. Great.
In the United Kingdom. Its main line stretched all the way from London to Newcastle and then on into Scotland to Edinburgh and beyond. The company was keenly aware that a sizable market was opening up for high-speed travel. If they didn't modernise quickly, then it seemed certain that they would start losing passengers to a new, rapidly developing mode of transport, the airlines. On the continent, railways were at the forefront of development. In 1932, the Germans started testing a two-car diesel-electric
Oh yeah, he hasn't been here
rapidly
tonight. You
developing
still
mode
there,
of
Stan?
transport, the airlines. On the continent, railways were at the forefront of
Oh,
development.
there you are, Electro.
In 1932, the Germans started testing a two-car diesel-electric high-speed railcar set.
So what do you think of that, Electro? The silver A4's running at 112 miles an hour.
A two-car diesel-electric high-speed railcar set. Within a year, a new service had been opened between Berlin and Hamburg. It was an immediate sensation.
Cool,
It
Stan.
covered the 180 miles, about 285 kilometres, between these great cities at an average speed of just under 80 miles per hour. That's about 125 kilometres per hour.
And
This
top speed
was a
even faster than
remarkable
that, I'd
speed
say.
for the time. During tests, a top speed of 103 miles per hour, about 165 kilometres per hour, had been achieved.
Oh, 103
train.
mile an hour top speed. I believe the record top speed set by the Flying Hamburger was... I believe the record top speed set by the Flying Hamburger was 127 miles an hour, 1 mile an hour faster than Mallard's.
The Flying Hamburger was such a success that over the next few years, 13 more train sets were built.
Was that 13 or 30?
The train, the Flying Hamburger, was such a success that over the next few years, 13 more train sets were built.
Can't tell if he said 13 or 30.
In September 1934, the chairman, general manager, and chief mechanical engineer of the LNER
It's all
went
right,
over
James.
to Germany to experience the service firsthand.
We're now on the topic of the
They hadn't just gone along.
A4s. Also,
The
Nigel
chief
Gresley
mechanical
experienced the
engineer
service
of the
firsthand.
LNER went over to Germany to experience the service firsthand.
Oh, were you doing research
They
just
hadn't
now,
just
Electro?
gone to Germany to experience the service firsthand. They hadn't just gone along for the ride. They were interested in checking out the train's performance.
Yes. Yes, it was during... Yeah, extensive research was done by Sir Nigel Gresley and his team during the development of the A4s. A pacer could kick its backside. I doubt it, Neon. No, Neon, we like silliness on these live streams. Go ahead. Continue being silly. But yeah, another part of this research during the development of the A4s was running one of the non-streamlined A3s, Papyrus, at 108 miles an hour. So yeah, while Flying Scotsman may be the most famous of the LNER A3s, Papyrus is the one that went the fastest at 108 miles an hour. And that was part of a test train during the research during the development of the A4s.
This was because they were scoping out a plan to implement their own high-speed service. Was interested in checking.
I'm really bummed that Papyrus wasn't preserved, as it played a key role in developing arguably Britain's most iconic train, the A4s.
This was
one of the most iconic anyway.
The train's performance. This was because they were scoping out a plan to implement their own high-speed services between London and Leeds, and also between London and Newcastle. The proposed schedule for the London to Newcastle service was 4 hours. This was extremely ambitious. Even today, the average journey time between the two cities is around 3.5 hours.
Not going to be useless? Alright.
This was extremely ambitious. Even today, the average journey time between the two cities is around 3.5 hours.
Not true, actually. Nowadays, you can get between London, King's Cross and Newcastle in 2 hours, 50 minutes. I know, because I travel between the two cities. I travel up to Newcastle on the train occasionally. Because if you know me, then you'll know that I have family up in Newcastle. And also, last time I went up to Newcastle was to see Stan. Well, and my grandma on my dad's side. But yeah, it's actually 2 hours, but the journey time between Newcastle and... But yeah, the journey time between London and Newcastle is now 2 hours and... is now 2 hours and 50 minutes, but, the Flying Scotsman took 8 hours when it did its non-stop run between, London and Edinburgh. That took just under 8 hours. So 4 hours to go up to Newcastle is pretty neat.
This was extremely ambitious. Even today,
I know
the
I did
average
Electro.
journey time between the two cities is around 3.5
No, you won't,
hours,
James. You still there,
with
Stan?
the fastest times being a bit under 3 hours.
Alright then, Neon.
The average journey time between the two cities
Oh,
is
the
around
average journey
3.5
time.
hours, with the fastest times being a bit under 3 hours.
Yeah, I just said that.
Things must have gone well because the German manufacturers sent a detailed quote to the LNER head office sometime during October. However, what was promised turned out to be quite disappointing. The railcar wouldn't be able to match the 4-hour schedule. The best that it could do would be to complete the journey in 4 hours and 15 minutes. The final nail in the coffin was that the chief mechanical engineer of the LNER, Sir Nigel Gresley, had been very unimpressed with the cramped seating arrangements. He reckoned that the British public weren't going to give up their comfort and the possibility of having a good meal in a dining car simply for a bit of extra speed. When the board
he
met
wanted
at the
luxury
end of
as
the month
well.
for a bit of extra speed. When the board met at the end of the month, Sir Nigel told them that he could do a better job more cheaply using steam power.
Indeed.
By the end of the following month...
Oh yeah, Papyrus, that's the engine I was just talking
using
about.
steam power. By the end of the following month, the first of a series of test runs was undertaken. On the 30th of November 1934, the Flying Scotsman set off 30th of the...
Yeah, I know it is, Stan, with the hard seats of the Class 700s and 800s.
First of a series of test runs was undertaken. On the 30th of November 1934, the Flying Scotsman set off on a high-speed trip from London to Leeds and back again. It was on this journey that railway history was made. The Flying Scotsman became the first steam engine to officially break the 100 miles per hour, that's 160 kilometres per hour,
Oh yeah,
barrier.
Flying Scotsman barrier.
However, the engine was 160 kilometres per hour barrier. However, the engine was driven flat out, far beyond its normal limits. It would have been completely uneconomical to have tried to repeat this performance day in and day out as part of a
Indeed.
normal service. But
Looks like in its
what
A1
was
condition there.
completely
Yeah, cool. Welcome back, Jupiter.
uneconomical to have tried to repeat this
I
performance
only wish
day
Sean,
in
Victor and Charcoal were
would
here.
have been completely uneconomical to have tried to repeat this performance day in and day out as part of a normal service. But what was important was that the German schedule had easily been beaten using a conventional steam engine with 3 carriages and a dining car in tow.
I thought it was 6 coaches that the Flying Scotsman pulled on its test train from on its 100-mile-an-hour run from Leeds to London.
Conventional steam engine with 3 carriages and a dining car in tow.
Alright then, Jane.
The test runs were completed by early March 1935. Within a few days, the development program for the high-speed service was given the go-ahead. The train was to be named the Silver Jubilee, to coincide with the Silver Jubilee of King George V, who had been crowned king 25 years earlier in 1910.
Cool, Jane.
The engine and carriages were to be decked out in silver grey livery to match the name. The first city to be linked to London would be Newcastle. The date for the first run, with fare-paying passengers, was set for Monday the 30th of September 1935. This was a mere 6 months away. What could possibly go wrong with such an ambitious project that involved so much groundbreaking work in so many areas of technical innovation? The mechanical drawings of the new class of engines and the special carriages for the train were started in April.
Guys, I meant to say, a few years back, I had a fantasy of reinstating the Silver Jubilee service between London and Newcastle, like building a replica of Silver Link, and along with replicas of the train's 8 coaches, and running it between King's Cross and Newcastle. Yeah, if any new A4s are going to be built, it should be a replica of Silver Link, along with its 8 coaches. You still there, Electro?
The frames for the first engine were laid on the 26th of June. The time pressure was immense. It was only... The frames for the first engine were laid on the 26th of June. The time pressure was immense. It was only on the 17th of September that the first of the new engines, Silver Link, was turned out of the company's workshops in Doncaster. With less than 2 weeks to go before the first public run, this was cutting things mighty fine, to say the least.
Honestly, Stan, I disagree. I prefer new builds over replicas, but if you say so...
With less than 2 weeks to go before
The back of a
first
dragon.
public run,
Oh, that's sweet,
it was only
Neon.
on 17th of September that the first of the new engines, Silver Link, was turned out of the company's workshops in Doncaster. With less than 2 weeks to go before the first public run, this was cutting things mighty fine, to say the least.
Indeed.
But there was one other vital matter that made the schedule even more hair-raising.
Not sure.
Especially as it had
Neon.
been planned with such a huge fanfare by the LNER publicity department. A demonstration run had been organised for Friday the 27th of September. This meant that instead of nearly 2 weeks, there was only 10 days to check for faults and to make sure that the engine was properly run in. The special train was scheduled to run from King's Cross Station in London down the LNER main line
You mean up?
to the town of Grantham, a distance of just over 100 miles, that is 160 kilometres. After a short layover, it was then scheduled to return to King's Cross.
I have no idea, Neon.
In those days, railways were much more at the centre of life than they are today. Since the event had been so widely publicised, large crowds flocked to King's Cross Station to catch a glimpse of the new train. As the time to leave
Electro.
approached, members of the press, senior officers of the company, well-known recorders of train times and other luminaries began to get on board. Yes, in those days, recording the speed of express trains was an important pastime. Several of the recorders achieved celebrity status, at least in railway circles. What greeted those lucky enough to have gone to the station was not only a masterpiece of engineering, but a work of art. The
Yes.
silver carriages were sleek and air-smooth in design. The engine, quietly simmering at the head of the train, was unlike anything that they had ever seen before. Gone was the normal chunky outline of a steam locomotive. In its stead, there stood an ultra-modern streamlined machine that looked like it was going to transport them into a new age. Even
Sexy
today,
one as well.
the beautifully proportioned lines of these engines still make them look modern and up to date. What was interesting from a mechanical point of view was that the steam pipes to and from the cylinders and the cylinders themselves had been carefully redesigned. It could be said that the internal streamlining was even more advanced than the external. There was one novel detail of particular interest. The tender of the engine had an inbuilt corridor that meant that on long journeys, crews could swap over.
This wasn't a new thing, though. Since Flying Scotsman's 1928 non-stop run to Edinburgh, it had had a corridor tender. Yeah, corridor tenders weren't a new thing. But yeah, of course, all A4s would need to have corridor tenders.
That meant that on long journeys, crews could swap over. Although this was to be a publicity run, there was absolutely no intention of making any attempt at a speed record. In fact, quite the opposite. The general manager of the LNER was at pains to point out to all and sundry boarding the special service that this is not a stunt train. However, there were two seemingly small events that were to have a big impact on the day's proceedings. Firstly, the driver, Arthur Taylor, was asked to go a little bit faster than normal to make sure that the engine had enough in hand to make up for lost time if it were to be delayed. Secondly, the only significant piece of apparatus that wasn't ready on time was the speedometer cum speed recorder. It was quite a complex instrument and, due to production delays, wouldn't be ready for another week or so. At 14:25, Arthur Taylor gave a blast on the whistle. As well as his fireman, Jack Luty, there was a traction inspector on the footplate. Photos of the time show that the platform was so crowded that people were standing beyond the ramp at its end, almost on the rails themselves. Modern-day safety experts would have had a fit.
Indeed.
Despite it being uphill, the engine pulled the 385-ton, 7-coach train out of King's Cross at a brisk pace. As the train climbed the steep gradient through a series of tunnels and past Finsbury Park Station, about 2.5 miles out, in record time, the seasoned train recorders must have had thought that the chances were quite good that they could be in for a fast run. What was clear was that the new high-speed train was going significantly faster than the top expresses that it was designed to replace. Although the gradients over the next 17 miles, from Finsbury Park to Hatfield, were quite mild, they were generally against the engine. Despite this, the speed of the train kept rising. The expresses of the day normally pass through Hatfield Station at speeds of about 70 miles per hour or so. That's about 110 to 115 kilometres per hour. When the high-speed train rocketed through Hatfield Station at 95 miles per hour, just over 150 kilometres per hour,
Nice.
those on board recording its speed must have begun to feel a mounting sense of excitement. This was going to be a special trip. Even so, none of them could have even imagined the events that were going to unfold. By this time, the upper management of the LNER would have been settling back in their seats and making themselves comfortable. They were probably starting to daydream about all the positive articles that will be published in the travel sections of the Saturday morning newspapers. Little did they know that within 24 hours that the exploits of the Silver Jubilee would be splashed across the front page of just about every major newspaper in the world.
Yes, indeed, Neon.
Front 4 hours
Still there,
that the
Stan?
exploits of the Silver Jubilee would be splashed across the front page of just about every major newspaper in the world. As the train approached Hitchin Station, about 32 miles out of London, everything on the engine seemed to be going pretty well. Nothing was running hot and the engine was steaming freely. Since there was no speedometer fitted, the driver and traction inspector had simply been estimating their speed. The ride on the new engine had been remarkably smooth.
Cool, Sam.
This was because the engineers at the Doncaster Works had made a point of paying special attention to its suspension in order to ensure that it rode steadily at the higher speeds envisaged. In fact, the engine was riding so smoothly that the traction inspector was concerned that it was being worked too lightly. He must have been conscious of his instructions that they needed to check whether the engine had enough in reserve to make up for lost time. So, he leaned forward, tapped Arthur on the shoulder, and indicated that the regulator, that is the accelerator, should be opened out just a little bit more. Arthur has left quite an extensive account of what happened that day. His words make interesting reading. I thought that the Pathé Gazette aeroplane flying beside us was pulling my leg when it began to fall behind, just after we had passed through Hitchin Station. Arthur kept driving the engine with the same regulator setting. By all accounts, the engine continued to ride smoothly. So they must have thought that they were continuing to travel at about 90 miles per hour. That's about 140 kilometres per hour. Impressively fast,
no.
considering that the regulator could have been opened out a great deal more. Arthur was probably still wondering why the pilot of the plane had let the train get so far ahead when he felt another tap on his shoulder. He looked around and did a double take. There, standing on the footplate, was none other than the boss, Sir Nigel. What possible reason could Sir Nigel have for wanting to talk to someone like him? A large smile broke out over Sir Nigel's face. I think that you should ease your arm, young man. There are some rather nervous elderly gentlemen back in the train. With that, Sir Nigel turned around and headed back through the corridor to his seat on the train. So, why had Sir Nigel decided to come on the footplate and ask the driver to slow down? The fact was that the train was going far faster than the traction inspector or the driver had realised. Just before hitching, the train had crossed the magic 100 miles per hour mark. That's 100. Before hitching, the train had crossed the magic 100 miles per hour mark. That's 160 kilometres per hour. But this was no momentary blip, like the speed record achieved when the Flying Scotsman was thrashed to her limit. On the contrary, the train's speed continued to climb rapidly. After another mile, they were doing 107 miles per hour. That's just over 170 kilometres per hour. The next 20 miles of track was lightly undulating and included a few slight adverse gradients. The speed over this section varied between 107 and 112.5 miles per hour.
Indeed,
Doing
Stan.
107 miles per hour. That's just over 170 kilometres per hour. The next 20 miles of track was lightly undulating and included a few slight adverse gradients. The speed over this section varied between 107 and 112.5 miles per hour. That's roughly between 170 to 180 kilometres per hour. Nothing like it had ever been seen with steam traction before. What is even more remarkable is that these phenomenal speeds had been achieved even though the regulator setting was relatively light.
Wow.
Here was an engine on its first run that had been driven well within its limits, and yet it had twice exceeded 112 miles per hour on basically level track. Once again, it's very interesting to hear Arthur Taylor's own words. I was not worrying about breaking any records. If I'd known that I was going over 112 miles per hour, and they had asked me to go faster, then I could easily have gone over 120 miles per hour. That's...
Yeah, I reckon if really pushed, the A4s could have done 130 or faster.
I was going over 112 miles per hour, and they had asked me to go faster, then I could easily have gone over 120 miles per hour. That's 195 kilometres per hour. It seems that driver Taylor had simply allowed his engine to find something like its natural top cruising speed. There is one more interesting fact about this record-breaking run that explains
Electro's still there.
To find something like its natural top cruising speed.
Oh, Neon is still there, but what about Electro?
To find something like its natural top.
Yes, Neon, and apparently the Pennsylvania Railroad T1s were allegedly capable of 140.
His engine to find something like its natural top cruising speed. There is one more. It seems that driver Taylor had simply allowed his engine to find something like its natural top cruising speed. There is one more interesting fact about this record-breaking run that explains why Sir Nigel had come onto the footplate to talk to...
Yes, yeah, I said that. I said that earlier, Neon. One of the A4s is indeed named after Mr. Gresley.
Cruising speed. There is one more interesting fact about this record-breaking run that explains why Sir Nigel had come onto the footplate to talk to the driver. Although the engine had been riding smoothly, the same cannot be said of the carriages.
Oh.
Since they were new, their suspension hadn't been adjusted as well as it could have been. To make matters worse, the track wasn't designed for such high speeds, and much of it was rather poorly maintained.
Oh dear.
As a result, once the train reached a very high speed, the track wasn't designed for such high speeds, and much of it was rather poorly maintained. As a result, once the train reached a very high speed, the carriages bucked and swayed.
I don't know, James, did it? Stan, can you confirm that? Can you confirm what James is saying, Stan? I reckon an EA4 could have gone over 126 if really pushed. I agree. Did Sir Nigel Gresley, the A4, crash through the back of the shed, Stan?
Oh, once the train reached a very high speed, the carriages bucked and swayed quite severely, with characteristic British understatement. It is said that more than a few passengers commented that the ride was quite lively. One of the few people who appeared unconcerned about what was happening was Sir Nigel himself. Apparently, he kept joking with the chief engineer in charge of the permanent way about how his engine was showing up the poor state of your track. It was not recorded what the chief engineer's reply was. Perhaps that's just as well. The publicity run created a huge sensation. Many speed records were smashed on that day. If the The publicity run created a huge sensation. Many speed records were smashed on that day. If the train had kept going like this, all the way to Newcastle, well, who knows? It would have probably got there in something like 3 hours. That's about the same time as the fastest services take today. Arthur Taylor and Jack Lutey continued to work together on
I think a streamlined locomotive was seen in that film, Neon.
That's about the same time as the fastest services take today. Arthur Taylor and Jack Lutey continued to work together on the Silver Jubilee for quite some time. While normal service speeds for the high-speed trains were markedly faster than the best expresses of the time, Arthur and Jack never drove at such extremely high speeds again. The state of the track, the limitations of the signalling system, and the lack of braking power on the trains meant that the speed of regular services was quite a lot less. In fact, under normal operating conditions, speeds above 90 miles per hour, 145 kilometres per hour or so, were quite unusual. The Silver Jubilee was a great success. High-speed train services were soon extended per hour or so, were quite unusual.
Exactly, Neon.
The Silver Jubilee was a great success. High-speed train services were soon extended to other destinations, such as Leeds and Edinburgh. The trains were usually packed with passengers and made a good profit. They set new benchmarks for reliability and on-time performance that have seldom been surpassed since. In 1939, when the Second World War broke out, the service was withdrawn.
Exactly, Neon.
Sad to say, it never ran again. It's fascinating that in a project that was so ambitious and involved such heavy time pressure, that it was the late delivery of a single small component that led to one of the most remarkable events in railway history.
Yes, indeed. She could have gone faster. Indeed she could. Oh, idle 20 minutes. Indeed he could have. Right, so there was Silver Link, Quicksilver, Silver King, and Silver Fox. You think there should have also been an engine, an A4 called Silver Vixen, Neon? That's nice. You know what, Neon? Hang on, I'm gonna throw that away. If a new build Silver Jubilee A4 was to be built, to run the new Silver Link service, that's what it should be called. Silver Vixen. Lovely name for an engine, if you ask me. Oh, an A4 just named Vixen. Oh, right. Was there one called Vixen? Let's see. Oh, Dwight D. Eisenhower was originally called Golden Shuttle. Interesting. Osprey. Kestrel. Empire of India. No, I don't think there was an A4 called Vixen, but it would have been neat to have seen one. Yeah, Silver Vixen. Yeah, perfect. What do you think of that, Stan? And a new build Silver A4 called Silver Vixen. Oh, I haven't been that many views tonight. Certainly far less than last week's stream. Right, I need the toilet and some water, guys. Oh, actually, before that, let's see if the Thomas and Friends wiki says the exact engine that Spencer's based on. I prefer a replica. Well, I'd honestly prefer a new build. Well, Spencer hasn't appeared since 2018. Oh, it doesn't say exactly which engine Spencer's based on. Yeah, Spencer's ego even exceeds Gordon. Oh, blue-grey with black lining? I've always known him as silver. Alright. Spencer might have been a fifth Silver Jubilee A4. Who knows? Or he could have been one of the 4 built. No one knows for sure. He's pretty much just like Silver Fox with a face placed over the top. Oh, so you think he's Silver Fox in the Thomas universe? He's the same engine. Oh, so you think he's the same engine as Silver Fox in the Thomas universe? Neon. Nice. The lead won't kill you. Alright, guys, I desperately need the toilet. I'll be back. Oh, and if anyone else comes while I'm gone, especially Victor, Neon, Victor, Rod, or Charcoal, if any of them come while I'm gone, he's supposed to be a 5th one, you think? Oh, right. That's Well, that's still interesting how there were 36 A4s in the Thomas universe, including Spencer. Right, if Odd, Victor, Charcoal, or anyone else shows up while I'm gone, tell them I've died in a tornado. I'll just go buy Unlucky Tug's headcanon for Spencer. Tell me about it when I get back, Stan. Yeah, I'll be back. If anyone else comes, tell them I've died in a tornado. back. So what's been happening in the chat? Your crotch. Oh, your crotch. Oh, Neon, it's a reference to one of Bill Wurtz's videos. So let's just briefly see what let's just briefly watch let's just briefly watch this.
Alright, this is going to be a fun video.
Screw it, we'll watch the whole thing.
The first Tugs trains to spotlight a non-Audrey character. Straight from the TV series,
Spencer.
one of my all-time favorites, Spencer, the Silver A4. Okay, so this is not going to be your normal episode of Tugs Trains. I will get into how I built the model, but before that I'm going to explain my AU for this character. I like to view my models as alternate takes on the characters as depicted in the Railway Series universe. Audrey's universe, but with some liberties. And some of those liberties are TV characters I've worked in with all new backstories that fit more into a realistic setting. In the TV series, Spencer is depicted as a visitor to Sodor. He's a privately owned A4, owned by the Duke and Duchess of Boxford. He's their private rail escort, if you will, taking them all around England and Sodor wherever they please. He's a streamlined A4, and is thus incredibly fast. Faster than Gordon, and the fastest engine in the series until some other streamliners are introduced in the CGI series. Because he's so fast, so glamorous, and owned by the elite, Spencer has a very high opinion of himself, and views himself far above the dirty working engines of Sodor. Spencer is one of my favorite TV characters because he seems like a concept so natural and obvious that I'm shocked he wasn't something Audrey himself came up with. An A4 that rivals Gordon. Both from the Gresley family, from the same roots, but they despise each other and constantly try to one-up another. Spencer showed up about once a season in the show, and the Gordon rivalry episodes were fewer in between, so every time that came up, it felt very special. So that's why I like Spencer. I think he's one of the most natural fitting characters the TV series ever came up with, and I just had to add him to my collection. However, I made a few changes. So now let's get into headcanons. My headcanon for Spencer actually isn't that different from what the TV series portrays, but it's much more in-depth. Spencer was one of the 35 A4 class locomotives designed by Gresley, and was built with a different name. Which specific one, we may never know. I like to think he wasn't one of the Silver Jubilee A4s, and was just some later one.
Oh.
In the 60s, when the engine was withdrawn,
Well, I like to think he
may
was
never
one
know.
of the silver ones.
I like to think he wasn't one of the Silver Jubilee A4s, and was just some later one. In the 60s, when the engine was withdrawn, he was purchased by the Duke of Boxford. In the stink built with a different name. Which specific one, we may never know. I like to think he wasn't one of the Silver Jubilee A4s, and was just some later one. However, I made a few changes. So now let's get into headcanons. My headcanon for Spencer actually isn't that different from what the TV series portrays, but it's much more in-depth. Spencer was one of the 35 A4 class locomotives designed by Gresley, and was built with a different name. Which specific one, we may never know. I like to think he wasn't one of the Silver Jubilee A4s, and was just some later one. In the 60s, when the engine was withdrawn, he was purchased by the Duke of Boxford, a man with significant interest in railways. The Duke had the engine restored to former glory and painted up in a Silver Jubilee homage livery. The number 2513 painted up in a Silton Railways.
Yeah, so do I, Stan.
The Duke had the engine restored to former glory and painted up in a Silver Jubilee homage livery. The number 2513 is a reference to the fact that the Silver Jubilee A4s only went up to 2512, making this engine unofficially the fifth one. I love the idea of Spencer's silver livery on him having no historical significance to him, making him that much more of a fraud, and his high opinion of himself completely unwarranted. He's just an asshole. The A4s were all rebuilt to have double chimneys and their valances removed to improve performance. So these mods were kept. On the engines emerged from the works, the Duke held a ceremony where the engine was officially renamed in honor of Bert Spencer, Sir Nigel Gresley's right-hand man on the A4 project.
So that's where Spencer's name comes from.
Of Bert Spencer, Sir Nigel Gresley's right-hand man on the A4 project. The engine returned from the works in bright silver paint and a Bert Spencer nameplate, but he just goes by Spencer for short, and only gets the full name treatment when he acts naughty.
I wasn't aware of a white silver. Well, that's what Spencer's like. That would definitely be Spencer's number if he had one.
Engine returned from the works in bright silver paint and a Bert Spencer nameplate, but he just goes by Spencer for short, and only gets the full name treatment when he acts naughty. Much like the other preserved A4s, Bert Spencer ran rail tours across the UK in the 1970s onwards under the Duke's ownership. So instead of a private chauffeur as per the TV series, he actually hauled passenger trains. In the early 70s, one of these rail tours took him to Sodor, where he met his Doncaster cousin Gordon for the first time. Needless to say, they did not get along. On the journey back from Sodor to London, Spencer broke down and the Fat Controller ordered Gordon to rest
he infamously ran out of water.
Needless to say, they did not get along. On the journey back from Sodor to London, Spencer broke down and the Fat Controller ordered Gordon to rescue the train. An A3 and A4 doubleheader on the West Coast Main Line was quite a sight to behold. After that, Spencer continued to regularly return to Sodor, once a year or so, with his rail tours. So that's pretty much it. That's my AU for Spencer. Now let's get into how I built the thing. Spencer was honestly not a hard character to make. Hornby produced all 4 silver A4s a long time ago, and they're fairly easy to come by. I got my hands on a used Quicksilver, and eventually used this as a base. What I originally wanted to do was cut off the valances and leave the paint job as is, but I found removing the Quicksilver name off the sides to not be so easy, so I ended up having to basically scrape it off and repaint the whole model. I cut off the valances using an X-Acto knife and then sanded them smooth with sandpaper. I then taped off the black smoke box and sprayed the body and tender with primer. Once that dried, I brush painted him with a knife and then sanded and tender with sandpaper. I then taped off the black smoke box and sprayed the body and tender with primer. Once that dried, I brush painted him with a cool white matte acrylic. I personally think the shade of white I use is a bit too light, but whatever, it's fine. I also painted the wheels white to match too. I failed to mention how I personally think the shade of white I use is a bit too light, but whatever, it's fine. I also painted the wheels white to match too. I failed to mention how I painted the wheels in previous videos. Basically, my method of painting wheels is really hackneyed. I paint what I can right onto the wheels without touching the metal valve gear. Then once it dries, I rotate the wheels halfway, and then paint the remaining parts. I sometimes do a few coats until it looks even all around. Probably not the best way to paint wheels, but it's what I do. The LNER transfers are silver Jubilee decals from Fox. They produce the LNER letters, numbers, and all the silver A4 names.
White or silver? Well, it's supposed to be silver.
What I do. The LNER transfers are silver Jubilee decals from Fox. They produce the LNER letters, numbers, and all the silver A4 names in a single decal sheet. The 3s were achieved by taking the 8s from 4498 and cutting the left off to create 3s. It's a hackneyed way of making numbers, but hey, it worked. The Bert Spencer nameplate was achieved the same way I did Gordon's. Made a Bert Spencer nameplate in Illustrator, printed it out on card, cut it out, and stuck it right on. Just like Gordon, I'd like to replace these with actual brass nameplates someday. I fitted these 2 LNER Express lamps to the front, and then lightly weathered him all around with coal dust. Mostly just on top of the boiler. I didn't want Spencer to look too dirty. He does have to keep up appearances after all.
Yeah,
The Quicksilver model was portrayed here in its original guise with a single chimney. I plan to one day replace this with a double one, as per the other preserved A4s. Someday I'll get around to it, but I personally kinda like how he looks with a single chimney.
Could do with some oil, that model. Hello, Cassie, you gonna stay this time? You gonna stay for a bit this time?
And that, my friends, is Burt Spencer. Not my all-time favorite model in the collection, but hands down, my favorite non-Audrey character.
Nice.
I've said this before on Twitter, but my ultimate goal is to film something with these models one day. When the day comes that I finally have my own house and a full circuit layout of these models one day.
Stan, why does that sound like an episode title? Squeaky Spencer. That legit sounds like an episode title. That legit sounds like an episode title. And Cassie just completely ignored you after acknowledging you.
Favorite model in the collection, but hands down, my favorite non-Audrey character. I've said this before on Twitter, but my ultimate goal is to film something with these models one day.
That
When the day
legit
comes
sounds
that I-
like a
but my
Brenner-era episode title, Stan.
Hands down, my favorite non-Audrey character. I've said this before on Twitter, but my ultimate goal is to film something with these models one day. When the day comes that I finally have my own house and a full circuit layout again, I absolutely plan on filming my own episodes. And the first one I want to do is my take
Has a
on
ring to
Gordon
it,
and Spencer.
indeed. Sounds like
While
a
it
hit era
first
one.
get layout again,
Well,
I
either a
absolutely
hit
plan
era or
on
a
filming my
Brenner
own
era
episodes.
title, Stan.
And the first one I want to do is my take on Gordon and Spencer. So while it may be a long ways off from now, this definitely won't be the last time you'll be seeing this Spencer model. So that's all I have today for you all. Thanks for tuning in once again. And I just want to take a moment to say thank you for all your support the last few months. I never expected my Tugs Trains videos to get so many views.
Right, we can't talk about the A4s and streamlined trains in general without talking about Mallard and its 126-mile-an-hour run. The fastest steam train in history. As of now, anyway. In order to show this to you, I'm going to show you guys this 3D animation of a 4D ride at the National Railway Museum. Welcome back, Davin. Going to show you guys this animation of a 4D ride, produced for a 4D ride at the National Railway Museum called the Mallard Experience, which shows Mallard's famous run. Famous record-breaking run. July 3rd, 1938. Between Grantham and Peterborough heading down Stoke Bank. It did have the aid of gravity. It did have the aid of gravity, but I still say it achieved that record fair and square. Indeed, Neon, indeed. Yeah, it may have had the aid of gravity going down Stoke Bank, but I still count it as a fair and square record. Why didn't you, Stan? I prefer the Class 91 Intercity 225's Neon. Yeah, indeed, James. In my LNER in my LNER and LMS live streams that I'll be doing after the GWR one, I do plan on talking about the speed war between the LMS and LNER on each of their sides. Mallards. I should have done this when I last went to the NRM, but 4D experiences just ain't my thing, so that's why I didn't. I prefer just watching the animation from home. Oh, nice transition to Mallard's nameplate there. Oh yeah. Perhaps, Neon, except Mallard wasn't running at the time. So it's not even Flying Scotsman, which is what they were originally going to use. But it's neat that Tornado was in service at that time. And I was actually watching the first part of that earlier today, having got my having started running my my Hornby trains again and my Tornado model. But they wanted to use vehicles from the late 1940s though. They wanted to use vehicles from the late 1940s though, and the Peppercorn A1s, which is what Tornado is, they were built in the late 40s, so makes sense why they used a Peppercorn A1. They could have easily used the Peppercorn A2 Blue Peter as well, but yeah, Tornado made perfect sense, as it was the newest steam locomotive at the time. Oh, nice, Stan. Very nice. I know, Neon. Oh, it's got a dynamometer card just behind it to measure its speed, to accurately measure its speed.
We are going to attempt to beat the world speed record. Does anybody want to take the taxi back to Peterborough instead of risking a fast run?
I would have stayed on board.
Okay, Joe, you can give it all she's got. We have a straight run after Grantham, all the way up to the sharp bend just before Essendine Station. But be ready to ease off immediately if we smell the stink bomb going off.
Yes.
Will do. We had to be very careful not to overeat her. We didn't want her failing on us, so a stink bomb were fitted in the hollow crank bin of Middle Big End. This were a glass vial, filled with aniseed oil. If the heat shattered it, we'd smell it, and know something were up.
Shoving right into the firebox. We get to see the inner workings of Mallard. Right, cool, Stan. I can't remember if I saw it, so going right through the boiler tubes. We literally get to see how the boiler works and how the steam is transferred to the cylinders. This is really cool. In some ways, beyond. I'd say it's on par with Polar Express, although Polar Express is definitely better than that.
From Summit. She reached
before. Welcome.
3 miles from Summit. She reached 107. Then 108. 109. 110. Go on, old girl, I thought. You can do better than this. So I nursed her and shot through Little Bytham at 123 miles per hour. And in the next 1¼ mile, the needle crept up further. 125 miles an hour! We're off the scale, we've done it!
We're coming up to the Essendine Bend, sir.
They had a faster run, they could easily got up to 130, I remember.
Ease off now, Essendine is coming up, and at this speed we're going to come off the rails.
It's going to be close! We're still too far!
Something's hot. Can you smell it too?
Stink bomb has gone off! We're overheating, and we need to ease off, or she'll shake herself apart! We'll have to get the old girl back. They'll fix her up good as new.
Yeah.
But history books will remember us for breaking record, and Mallard for being fastest steam locomotive in the world.
All hail Mallard, I say. Still the fastest. We're overeating. You know what? I'm gonna leave that open and show it to Odd, Victor, and or Charcoal if and when they come. Where could they be? It's not. It's 10 o'clock where they are now. It's 10 o'clock in Denmark now. I thought at least Victor would have shown up. Ooh. I believe that Toys for One might start teaming up with Beanox for future Crash and Spyro titles. Nice. But this isn't about Crash and Spyro. Here, James! No word. Charcoal's not online. Here, James. Silent H. Yes. Well, in Cockney audience, Cockney people certainly do. Hang on, I'm gonna quickly add this to watch later. Add that to watch later, and not getting many views tonight. Yes. Of his rectum, yes. And Charcoal may have died in a tornado. It would lose its originality. You told me earlier, Stan. But I personally wouldn't mind. When I would talk about the Coronation Scott locomotives at this point as well, but I've already done an entire live stream dedicated to them, so we won't talk much about the Coronation locomotives tonight. I await the day the 801s are taken out of service, and out of where it's decided to put Mallard or the A4s back into production. Neon, I second that. Get rid of all the Class 801s and replace them and build a bunch of brand new A4s. That's what I say. A4s with more efficient steam technology. Yeah, a bunch of A4s with more efficient steam technology. Modern coaches. Modern coaches that still feel retro, that still feel like they were from the 1930s. Yeah, we should have more modern A4s. We should bring a bunch of a modern version of A4s in, that's what I say. Died in a sex accident. A4s would be better, I agree. Well, if we can build brand new steam locomotives from the rails up, why shouldn't we bring steam? Why shouldn't the days of steam return? If new build steam locomotives are possible, why shouldn't the days of steam come back? Why shouldn't steam locomotives be mass produced again? Okay then, Neon. Anyway, let's have a quick look at the streamlined B17s that ran the Great Eastern Main Line up to from London Liverpool Street to Norwich. Yeah, the B17 460s, they were given streamlined casing. They were given A4-like streamlined casing to enable higher speeds on the trains between London, Liverpool Street and Norwich. They're basically A4s, just 460s. Yeah, hush hush, I suppose. Maybe we will towards the end of the stream, Stan. I suppose so, Stan. Top secret A4 project? Yeah. Well, a, superheated steam project, actually. Yeah, I'm sure a couple of B-17s have been preserved. All the original B-17s were scrapped. 10 has been preserved and a new build is under construction. Interesting. Oh yeah, it's the B1s and B2s that are preserved. So yeah, I thought we'd just have a brief look at that. At the rather unique 460 B-17s that ran the Great Eastern Main Line. Same, James, same. Where could Odd and Victor be? They haven't said a thing as to why they aren't here tonight. I was hoping they'd be here. Have some explaining to do? What do you mean, dip? Explain what? Makes you stronger? Oh. Yeah, alright, Martin. Nice. There was a furry on my feed. So what if I like furry channels? Oh yeah, we were going to talk about America's most well-known we were going to talk about America's most well-known streamliner now, the Hudson, which I know Stan thinks is mid. We've got to have money. 275 of these things were built, and not a single one was preserved. $275 and not a single one preserved. Unbelievable. 123 mile an hour top speed, at least. Oh, these things could have gone faster than 126. Though to be fair, so could the A4s. There are people who think they're animals. No, not necessarily, Stan. They just have fursonas. 275 of these. How were none of these preserved if 275 were built? I don't get it. I just don't. Feels rather heavy at the moment. Right. Yes, Neon. Right, Dreyfus Hudson. Yeah, let's go back. Yeah, let's go back to Amtrak Guy 365's channel and discuss the New York Central Hudson. Yeah, it is harmless, Neon.
Hey everyone, Amtrak Guy 365 here, and today on this first episode of Engines of New York Central, I'll be talking about the railroads.
I think Amtrak Guy 365 remade his Engines of New York.
Hey everyone,
oh wait, it was
Amtrak Guy 365.
it was Engines of Amtrak. The series he did. This is a separate series.
Hey everyone, Amtrak Guy 365 here, and today on this first episode of Engines of New York Central, I'll be talking about the railroad's Hudson locomotives. Before I begin though, I'm very, very sorry about this video taking literal years to happen. I announced this series with the original ending of Engines of Amtrak back in August of 2018 with the original Acela episode. But then for some reason I just never got around to Engines of New York Central, I don't know why. But anyway, it's finally here, so let's get right into it. Throughout the 1920s, American railroads like the New York Central were quite busy. The railroad had plenty of passengers and freight to move, but this was also proving to be...
Welcome back, Jacob. We've spent the whole time of you taking a bath talking about the A4s, the LNR A4s and Mallard's record, as well as the Silver Jubilee train. Now we're talking about arguably America's most iconic streamliner, the New York Central Hudson.
I don't know why. But anyway, it's finally here, so let's get right into it. Throughout the 1920s, American railroads like the New York Central were quite busy. The railroad had plenty of passengers and freight to move, but this was also proving to be too strenuous on the railroad's existing fleet of locomotives. The Central's primary passenger power were 462 K-class Pacific engines. These were the
engines that served as the basis for the Great Northern Railway A1s.
Primary passenger power were 462 K-class Pacific engines. These could manage anything from freight to commuter passenger runs and even premier passenger trains like the 20th Century Limited. The Pacifics could manage around 12 passenger cars at most, averaging around 50 miles an hour. But with increasing passenger numbers...
I just find people who go around saying "ooh, dressed as a dog" unusual behaviour. Well, a lot of... Yeah, I get that point of view.
And even premier passenger trains like the 20th Century Limited. The Pacifics could manage around 12 passenger cars at most, averaging around 50 miles an hour. But with increasing passenger numbers and company interest and speed, could manage anything from freight to commuter passenger runs and even premier passenger trains like the 20th Century Limited. The Pacifics could manage around 12 passenger cars at most, averaging around 50 miles an hour. But with increasing passenger numbers and premier passenger trains like the 20th Century Limited, the Pacifics could manage around 12 passenger cars at most, averaging around 50 miles an hour. But with increasing passenger numbers and company interests and speed, New York Central would need an all-new locomotive to power their passenger train. Company interests averaging around 50 miles an hour. But with increasing passenger numbers and company interests and speed, New York Central would need an all-new could manage around 12 passenger cars at most, averaging around 50 miles an hour. But with increasing passenger numbers and company interests and speed, New York Central would need an all-new locomotive to power their passenger trains, due to the railroad's axle 50 miles an hour. But with increasing passenger numbers and company interests in speed, New York Central would need an all-new locomotive to power their passenger trains. Due to the railroad's axle load limits, they couldn't make their Pacifics any larger and would need a whole new design to support a bigger boiler. This would ultimately result in the first 464 steam locomotive built in the United States in 1927. This was numbered 5200 and classified as a J1. Paul Kiefer was the new chief mechanical engineer of motive power and rolling stock on the New York Central, and led the experimental 464 project. The design was based and inspired on the railroad's existing fleet of K5 Pacifics in terms of their appearance. The 464 was also inspired by the then relatively new Lima-built 284 Berkshire design and their larger firebox, resulting from the four-wheel trailing truck. A larger firebox meant more continuous steaming power, referred to as superpower at the time, and larger steam production meant more pulling power. J1 5200 was delivered from the American Locomotive Works, or ALCO, on February 14, 1927, and was subjected to thorough tests on the main line between Albany and Syracuse, New York. The tests were subjected to...
How come you're so late tonight? And where's Odd? Where have you and Odd been tonight, Victor?
J1. Paul Kiefer was the new chief mechanical engineer of motive power and rolling stock on the New York Central, and led the experimental 464 project, a locomotive built in the United States in 1927. This was numbered 5200 and classified as a J1. Paul Kiefer was the new chief mechanical...
A lot of things Odd and Victor say when they arrive is just randomness. Recovered from the sex accident. But has Odd recovered from shoving too many pickles up his rectum yet? That is a lot of questions. Oh, sorry. Well, just answer the first one, Victor. Where have you and Odd been tonight? And will we be seeing
Due to the railroad's axle load limits, they couldn't make their Pacifics any larger and would need a whole new design to support a bigger boiler.
Jam-filled donuts don't have holes, indeed. I've just been chilling, having fun when I remembered it was Friday. Alright then, Victor, no worries, but Odd hasn't shown up yet, so... We're nearly 3 hours in and Odd hasn't shown up yet, so would you be kind enough as to message him to ask if he's gonna join us? But anyway, tonight's stream is not about donuts or holes, it's about streamlined steam and diesel locomotives. Yes, I know, James. But yeah, tonight's stream is not about donuts or holes, it's about streamlined steam and diesel locomotives. I'm sure he'd be here if he wasn't busy. Alright. Wonder what he's busy with, though. Perhaps working on a project of his? Or maybe talking to Luna or Stingy. That's the same as a holeless donut, yes. Brought up animal mechanicals and fantasy creatures. Yes, we remember. Go on, Jacob. But anyway, tonight's stream is about streamlined locomotives, Victor. You know, ones that look sexy. At the moment, Victor... Oh, by the way, you still there, Stan? At the moment, Victor, we're talking about the New York Central Railroad Hudsons. 464 Hudsons.
Would need an all-new locomotive to power their passenger trains. Due to the railroad's axle load limits, they couldn't make their Pacifics any larger and would need a whole new design to support a bigger boiler. Would need an all-new locomotive to power their passenger trains. Due to the railroad's axle load limits, they couldn't make their Pacifics any larger and would need a whole new design to support a bigger boiler. This would ultimately result in the first 464 steam locomotive built in the United States in 1927. This was numbered 5200 and classified as a J1. Paul Kiefer was the new chief mechanical engineer of motive power and rolling stock on the New York Central, and led the experimental 464 project. The design was based and inspired on the railroad's existing fleet of K5 Pacifics in terms of their appearance. The 464 was also inspired by the then relatively new Lima-built 284 Berkshire design and their larger firebox, resulting from the four-wheel trailing truck. A larger firebox meant more continuous steaming power, referred to as superpower at the time, and larger steam production meant more pulling power. J152 wheel built 284 Berkshire design and their larger firebox, resulting from the four-wheel trailing truck. The 464 was inspired on the railroad's.
We're not gonna laugh at you, Jacob. You referenced Austin Powers.
Existing fleet of K5 Pacifics in terms of their appearance. The 464 was also inspired by the then relatively new Lima-built 284 Berkshire design and their larger firebox, resulting from the four-wheel trailing truck. A larger firebox meant more continuous steaming power, referred to as superpower at the time, and larger steam production meant more pulling power. J15200 was delivered from the American Locomotive Works, or ALCO, on February 14, 1927, and was subjected to thorough tests on the main line between Albany and Syracuse, New York. The tests were proving positive, the Hudson being able to manage 16 to 18 heavyweight passenger cars compared to the 12 of a Pacific type. The New York Central deemed the locomotive a keeper. However, this new engine type needed a name. Paul Kiefer asked company president Pat Crowley what to name the 464. Crowley said, "Let's call her the Hudson, after the Hudson River." With that, the name was settled for what would become one of America's most iconic locomotives. Crowley chose this name as from his desk, he had a view of the Hudson River. The railroad's main line, the water level route, also ran next to the Hudson River. As for technical specifications, the New York Central J1s were a 464 locomotive, 4 wheels up front, 6 driving wheels, and 4 trailing wheels. They were rated for a top speed of 110 miles per hour with 79-inch drivers, producing 41,860 pounds of tractive effort. They weighed in at 681,900 pounds. They came in at a length of 97 feet 2 3/8 inches, a width of 10 feet 6 inches, and a height of 15 feet 1 inch. The locomotives came equipped with a Nathan 6-chime step-top whistle. Here's a sample.
Oh my god, that is such an awesome whistle. What did you think of that whistle, Victor? And what did everyone else think of it? No one can tell me otherwise no one can tell me otherwise that American train whistles are the best sounding train whistles. No one can convince me otherwise.
Step-top whistle. Here's a sample.
American chime whistles are just the best.
205 J1 Hudsons would be built and delivered to the New York Central from 1927 up into 1931, being numbered 5200 to 5344. They were quickly put to work on craft J.
Beast on rails, yes. Yeah, you prefer shrill-sounding whistles, do you, Stan?
Top whistle. Here's a sample.
American chime whistles are just awesome, though.
205 J1 Hudsons would be built and delivered to the New York Central from 1927 up into 1931, being numbered 5200 to 5344. They were quickly put to work on cracked trains like the 20th Century Limited and other passenger services. While these were the first Hudsons on American rails, they weren't the first 464s ever designed in the US or North America. The Milwaukee Road had designed a 464 Baltic type in 1925, but due to financial constraints, the design wasn't put to rails until 1930, 3 years after the Central. Even older than that, though, was the Grand Trunk Railway's 464T X10A tank engine built for commuter service around Montreal, Quebec, and Canada. Meanwhile, railroads that were tied to the New York Central, like the Michigan Central and Cleveland, Cincinnati, Chicago, and St. Louis Railway, or simply the Big Four, ordered their own set of 30 J1 Hudsons each. These railroads would be fully incorporated into the Central in 1930, along with their Hudson engines. New York Central subsidiary Boston and Albany ordered 20 Hudsons known as the J2 and were delivered from 1928 to 1931. The J2s had 75-inch drivers instead of the standard 79, were a little bit heavier, and had smaller tenders. Some also had a green boiler jacket and gray smokebox. The Boston and Albany would eventually be fully incorporated into the Central as well.
All trains gotta be big and loud. The Bright Line trains are
Some
also
had a green boiler jacket and gray smokebox. The Boston and Albany would eventually be fully incorporated into the Central as well.
Here we are. This is the section of the video that's relevant to the subject of this stream.
Around this time throughout the mid to late 1930s, streamlining was starting to take hold as part of the Art Deco movement, especially on railroads.
Very sexy.
The Union Pacific had been bringing its new M10000 diesel streamliner on tour across the US beginning in February 1934, and the Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy Railroad made a name for itself in May of that year with its equally new Pioneer Zephyr diesel streamliner. In February 1934, the Central's Equipment Engineering Department staffer, Carl F. Cantola, designed a new streamlined shroud for a Hudson. In December, J1E Hudson number 5344, which was the newest and last to be delivered, was at the West Albany shops and given the streamlining treatment.
I showed this image off. I showed this image off earlier in the stream, Victor. What do you think of how this streamlined Hudson it looks, Victor? Looks sexy, don't you think, Victor? This streamlined Hudson. Yeah, these given the aerodynamic appearance for extra speed. Given this aerodynamic shroud for extra speed. These engines were also nicknamed upside-down bathtubs, and I'm sure you can see why, Victor.
The engine became America's first streamlined steam locomotive, had its number removed.
Yeah, if you couldn't tell, Victor, Stan isn't a fan of American streamlined locomotives. I'm into women, not trains. Sexy streamliners. So that would mean I'm train-sexual, right? It feels kinda Art Deco. That's because it was given this streamlined casing in the Art Deco era. Yeah, the Art Deco era had a huge impact on streamlined trains. And we watched a whole video about Art Deco's impact on railways earlier.
Which was the newest and last to be delivered, was at the West Albany shops and given the streamlining treatment. The engine became America's first streamlined steam locomotive, had its number removed, and was given the name Commodore Vanderbilt.
Nothing going... Is that to say the engine has nothing going on at all?
The steam locomotive had its number...
Well, I call it sexy because, look... I call it sexy because look how smooth it is. Look how smooth its streamlined casing is. Look at the way the tender seems almost fused to the engine.
Removed and was given the name Commodore Vanderbilt, named after the notable Cornelius Vanderbilt and his aforementioned nickname, who was one of the Central's former early leaders. The engine was nicknamed the Upside-Down Bathtub and went on a publicity tour to big cities on the New York Central system. Back to the standard Hudsons, though, they would see their last new variant in the form of 50 J3s in 1937 and 38. The J3s had 20% more power than the J1s at 65 miles per hour, and they could produce 4,700 horsepower at 77.
That's what makes it ugly and boring. Nothing going on at all. So you just think it's too smooth, do you, Stan? So you just think it's too smooth, do you?
The engines could run around 185,000 to 200,000 miles before needing heavy repairs, which was equivalent to about 2 years of service. Some of these engines were equipped with much larger centipede tenders, allowing for more coal and water storage, and were nicknamed Super Hudsons. The last 10 J3s, numbered 5544 to 5454, were given streamlining by industrial designer Henry Dreyfuss in 1938. Dreyfuss had worked with the Central in designing the Streamline designer.
Yeah, and that's how these streamliners became known as the Dreyfuss Hudsons. Which have arguably become America's most iconic streamlined locomotive design. So what do you think of it, Victor? Stan thinks these engines are mid, but what do you think of them, Victor? These Dreyfuss Hudsons? What do you think of the way these engines look, Victor?
Coal and water storage, and were nicknamed Super
It's so
Hudsons.
stupidly
the
round.
last 10 J3s,
I kind of like how round it looks, Stan. Also, Victor, Stan said to me that a lot of American streamliners look like pencils on wheels, and looking at the Dreyfuss Hudson, I can see why Stan thinks that. They are trains, that I can confirm. What do you think of the actual design of them, though, Victor? Second favourite engine, right? I like Art Deco stuff, though. Well, you should have been here earlier, Victor. You should have been here earlier, Victor. We were we did a whole video. We watched a whole... If I'd known you were into Art Deco so much, Victor, I would have waited until now to show you that video of, how Art Deco influenced railroads and streamlining. They are aeroplanes. But yeah, can you see where Stan's coming from with American streamliners being pencils on wheels, Victor?
for more coal and water storage, and were nicknamed Super Hudsons. The last 10 J3s, numbered 5544 to 5454, were given streamlining by industrial designer Henry Dreyfuss in 1938. Dreyfuss had worked with the Central in designing the streamlined 462 Mercury locomotive in its
Just think it's neat? So do I. I think Art Deco's pretty neat too. Especially on posters, which the video we watched also talked about. Yeah, I also quite like the Mercury engines as well. Stan disagrees with me on this, but they look kind of similar to the Coronation Scott locomotives.
train in 1936. The Dreyfuss Hudsons came with a redesign of the 20th Century Limited with brand new lightweight equipment as well. These were designed in an Art Deco style with 79-inch skull and disc drivers and a blue, gray, and white color scheme. The locomotive was sleek with a rounded out nose and a front end reminiscent of a Spartan helmet. The tender and coaches had a long stripe band along the entire consist as well. The Streamline J3s could race the near 20-car train up to 90 miles per hour along the water level route with ease. J1 number 5344, the Commodore Vanderbilt, would receive the Dreyfuss streamlining job in 1939 and was used on the Mercury train. This made the engine the first steam locomotive to be...
Victor, did you hear me? I asked if you see where Stan's coming from with the Dreyfuss Hudsons looking like pencils on wheels.
Twice. Another streamlining design would be used for the Empire State Express in December 1941, instead using a two-tone white and black color scheme with stainless steel passenger cars. J3A's number 5420 white and black color scheme was stainless steel passenger cars. J3A's number 5426 and 5429 would receive this treatment. Throughout the late 1930s and into the early 1940s, the New York Central's J-Class Hudsons would continue speeding passenger trains up and down the railroad's iconic system. They would often be featured in advertising or public relations material as well. While they performed great on level and straight track bed at high speeds, the Hudsons weren't so great at low speeds or on gradients. Meanwhile, though, the idea of more modern power, namely dieselization, came quickly. New York Central began developing new dual-service 482 Mohawk engines and EMD E-Series diesels
You'll have been
that
using
replaced steam
some
on the
odd
20th
pencils,
Century
some
Limited in
odd
1940.
pencils then. Yeah, I do see where you're coming from, Victor. These the rounded nose of the Dreyfuss Hudsons does the rounded nose of the Dreyfuss Hudsons does look like look like it would be a very, very dull pencil if it was a pencil.
Meanwhile, though, the idea of more modern power, namely dieselization, came quickly. New York Central began developing new dual-service 482 Mohawk engines, and EMD E-Series diesels had replaced steam on the 20th Century Limited in 1945. In 1944, after receiving permission from the War Production Board, the Central began building new 484 Niagara locomotives.
These engines, they may not be streamlined, the Niagaras, but I do absolutely prefer the Niagaras over the Dreyfus Hudsons. Slightly off topic, as the Niagara isn't a streamline locomotive, but me really like Niagaras. Thomas' nickname is taken seriously. You haven't even seen the ugliest of these engines yet, Victor? Okay, we'll show Victor that. We'll show Victor what Stan thinks is the ugliest American streamliner in a moment. Yeah, Daylight. Yes, Victor, Daylight, Southern Pacific, number 4449. But yes, I really like the Niagaras. I once asked Charcoal which engines of which none have preserved he wished were. He said the Dreyfus Hudsons. For me, the New York Central Niagaras are the engines which I wish some survived into preservation. The Niagaras are just so awesome, especially with their huge tenders, huge boilers and fire boxes, and smoke deflectors. These are just amazing engines. I say at least one of them should have been preserved. I say at least one Dreyfus Hudson and one Niagara should have been preserved, at least.
These combine the benefits of the Mohawks and Hudsons
to
with 484 Niagara locomotives. These combine the benefits of the Mohawks and Hudsons and took inspiration from other railroads who had already adopted 484s.
Alright, Neil.
The Niagaras went into service starting in 1945 and took the helm combined the benefits of the Mohawks and Hudsons and took inspiration from other railroads who had already adopted 484s. The Niagaras went into service starting in 1945 and took the helm of heavy passenger trains.
What do you think
the
of the
Hudsons
Niagaras, Stan?
and took inspiration from other railroads who had already adopted 484s.
Would you say the Niagaras,
the Niagaras
are one
went
of the better American
and took inspiration
locomotives?
from other railroads who had already adopted 484s. The Niagaras went into service starting in 1945.
Surely you at least think the
railroads who had
Niagaras are
already
better
adopted
than
484s.
than
The Hawks and
Daylight.
Hudsons and took inspiration from other railroads who had already adopted 484s. The Niagaras went into service starting in 1945 and took the helm of heavy passenger trains. The Hudsons remained in service, but engines like 5344 would lose their streamliner, yet kept their disc drivers. They continued pulling passenger trains, but again, dieselization kept their disc drivers. They continued pulling passenger trains, but again, but engines like 5344 would lose their streamlining, yet kept their disc drivers. They continued pulling passenger trains, but again, dieselization was on the horizon moving into the 1950s. The New York Central would dieselize by 1957, with some Hudsons surviving into service up until around 1956 and 57. Afterwards, though, like many other steam engines, they would be sent to various yards to be cut up for scrap. Strangely, the Central didn't preserve a single Hudson, despite their popularity and iconic design. The mighty Hudsons were now reduced to scrap metal after a famous career being the railroad's flagship locomotive. However, there is somewhat of a silver lining. Back in 1948, J1 Hudsons number 5311 and 5313 were sold to the Toronto, Hamilton, and Buffalo Railway of Southern Ontario in Canada. The TH&B dieselized in 1954, and the two Hudsons were promptly scrapped, but 5313's tender was converted into a steam generator for passenger trains. Much later in the summer of 2002, it was sent to Steamtown National Historic Site in Scranton, Pennsylvania, where it remains today as the sole remaining piece of a New York Central Hudson.
So the tenders still remain. But yeah, big bummer that not a single Hudson was
The
preserved.
legacy of the New York Central's Hudson locomotives proved quite impactful. Lionel used J1 number 5344 as the basis for its famous 700E O-gauge model of the Hudson beginning in 1937, being the first mass-produced model train. The Hudsons also saw use on music album covers, animated media,
oh, in the Island
and it
Giant,
remains a
and Connor as well.
Animated media.
Oh, it was the Iron Giant that was in it.
And it remains a fan favorite amongst rail fans. In my personal opinion, if I think of an iconic or typical steam locomotive in my head, I imagine one of the Central's unstreamlined Hudsons. I think it just epitomizes what a steam locomotive is meant to look like. Regardless, though, the Hudsons sure enough left their mark on what was the New York Central system, the road to the future. Thanks for watching.
Right, so Victor wanted to see Daylight, the engine that Stan thinks is super ugly. I genuinely don't think there is an American steam engine I like. Oh. But you said earlier you don't outright hate the Hudsons though, Stan. You just think they're mid. Comfort creatures for me. What are, Jacob? Right, so 4449 Daylight. Here it is, Victor. Stan's least favorite, probably Stan's least favorite locomotive of all. Southern Pacific number 4449 Daylight. Personally, I quite like this engine. It's part of the GS series of Southern Pacific steam locomotives. And as you can see, its cowcatcher in the very front of it is kind of streamlined. Yeah, I class 4449 Daylight as semi-streamlined. Stan doesn't like how there's two headlights at the front, making it look like it's got a huge nose. You've got engines you hate more? Alright. He doesn't like the fact it's painted orange. But what do you think of this engine, Victor? Do you think it's ugly? The orange feels out of place and the head or whatever looks really strange. No, I quite like the fact that it's got two lights. I think the reason the very front of the smoke box protrudes outwards where the headlights are, I think the reason for that is to add to its aerodynamicness. Personally, I like the orange though. 484 Northern. So yeah, it's part of the Southern Pacific GS series of locomotives. Specifically, it's a GS4. Blends into the desert, yes. Myths and legends, unlike dragons, indeed. But yeah, number 4449 is the only GS4 that's been preserved. 4449 is his favourite? Right. And these engines were capable of 120 miles an hour. Oh, is this the engine you wanted to show me, the video you wanted to show me earlier, Stan? Oh yeah, oh yeah, it's related to live Steam, yeah, I remember. LNER P2. With a sound chip and work on Steam, lovely. But personally, I wanna get one of Hornby's engines that's actually part of the live Steam range. Wait, it's actually wait, it is actually powered a proper live steam engine that's actually powered by steam? Great. So would you agree that it's an ugly design, Victor, the GS4s? Oh, it's only one of 2 GS class locomotives surviving, the other being GS6 number 4460. Yeah, the only other GS series locomotive still surviving is number 4460. Just has smoke effects, so technically it's not live steam, it's just power. So it's on static display, this engine. Oh, you just think it looks odd and not ugly. See, this is why I constantly ask for your opinions on certain locomotives, Victor. This is why I constantly ask you and Odd for your opinions on certain locomotives. Even if most of the time you think that they just look like trains and nothing else. Some of the stranger designs, I do still want to know your opinions on. Some of the stranger steam locomotives out there, some of the stranger locomotives in general out there, I still want your opinions on because they're unique designs. Stan, do you think number 4460 looks slightly better given that it's painted black and has only one headlight instead of the nose-like 2 headlights? Do you think 4460 is a little bit better? I personally quite like 4449. 4460 looks neat too. Oh, cool, Stephen, cool. Ever so slightly, but by a small amount. Alright. Alright then. Well, that's our brief discussion on 4449. Oh yeah, it was also painted in red, white, and Daylight was also painted in red, white, and blue during the 1970s as part of its American Freedom Train tour. Exactly, Jacob. Would you say 4449 looks slightly better in its American Freedom Train livery, Stan? And would you also agree it looks better in red, white, and blue, Victor? But personally, with yellow and orange being my 2 favourite colours, I don't mind 4449 looking orange. Doesn't really make a difference. Oh. But you flat out hated it. It's just as bad. Oh, I see. Right. But what do you think, Victor? Do you think it's slightly better in red? It looks slightly better in red, white, and blue? Are you still there, Victor? Just waiting for your response. And there's something else related to Streamlined trains that I wanted to show you, that I showed everyone earlier in the stream. Victor, if you are still there. Think the red, white, and blue is cool? Right. you think the red, white, and blue is worse than the orange, Victor? Yeah, I completely agree with you. Victor. I prefer Daylight's orange livery. The only people we need here now are Odd and Charcoal. They are literally the only two people we need now. This has been a great stream, but them being here would make it perfect. Oh, whoops. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Oh, yeah, Now, Victor, I showed everyone this, animation earlier, but now I want to play it again just for you, Victor. I want to know what you think of this animation of Mallard, the fastest steam locomotive ever. That's part of a simulator ride at the National Railway Museum up in York. So yeah, this depicts Mallard the A4's record-breaking run in 1938, on the 3rd of July 1938, down Stoke Bank, topping out at 126 miles an hour. Welcome back, Blockside Productions. The fastest steam train in the world. A record it still... Took the words right out of my mouth. It's a record that still stands to this day. Beautiful engine, beautifully engineered. What do you think, Victor? What do you think of Mallard, Victor? Lovely blue livery.
We are...
And just behind the engine is a dynamometer car to accurately measure its speed.
We are going to attempt to beat the world speed record. Does anybody want to take the taxi back to Peterborough instead of risking a fast run?
Okay, Joe, you can give it all she's got. We have a straight run after Grantham, all the way up to the sharp bend, just before you give...
Instead of risking a fast run...
You think it looks better than Daylight? You think it looks better than Daylight? I completely agree, Victor.
Okay, Joe, you can give it all she's got. We have a straight run after Grantham, all the way up to the sharp bend just before Essendine Station. But be ready to ease off immediately if we smell the stink bomb going off.
Will do. We had to be very careful not to overeat her. We didn't want her failing on us, so a stink... We had to...
Our tender locomotives may be smaller than America's, but... we still have some big engines.
If we smell the stink bomb going off.
Will do. We had to be very careful not to overeat her. We didn't want her failing on us, so a stink bomb were fitted in the hollow crank bin of Middle Big End. This were a glass vial, filled with aniseed oil. If the heat shattered it, we'd smell it, and know something were up.
Oh, now this first bit's really cool. Literally getting shoveled right into the firebox. Heating up the water. Literally get to see the heat being transferred right through the boiler tubes. Heating up the water. This is cool, isn't it, Victor? Literally get to see the steam heating and then they're being sucked through the steam pipes and cylinders out of wheels. Smaller the better. Well, for me, it's bigger the better. And now the chimney. Now that is an awesome whistle. Yes, this is cool, Victor. Liking this so far? Counting down Stoke Bank.
3 miles from Summit, she reached 107, then 108, 109, 110. Go on, old girl, I thought. You can do better than this. So I nursed her and shot through Little Bytham at 123 miles per hour.
Knocked his hat off there.
and in the next 1¼ mile, the needle crept up further.
125 miles an hour. We're off the scale. We've done it.
We're coming up to the Essentine bend, sir.
Diesel off now. Essentine is coming up, and at this speed we're going to come off the rails.
It's going to be close. We're still too far.
Something's hot. Can you smell it too?
Stink bomb has gone off. We're overheating, and we need to ease off, or she'll shake herself apart. We'll have to get the old girl back. They'll fix her up good as new.
So what do you think of that, Victor?
But history books will remember us for breaking record, and Mallard for being fastest steam locomotive in the world.
Lovely. Absolutely wonderful. We're not doing so well this stream in terms of views. It was a video indeed? Oh, so you didn't think much of it, did you, Victor? Right. Okay, now which, we haven't talked too much about... Of course, I'll go back to talking about the steam locomotives if and when Odd comes. Same goes for Charcoal. In fact, I may go for an extra 10 minutes tonight to give Odd and Charcoal a bit of time to show up. Yeah, previous 2 times Charcoal was on these streams, he came after 10:30, the time we usually end, so we'll go for an extra 10 minutes tonight to give them time to show up. We haven't talked much about Streamlined diesel trains, so I guess we'll do that now. As I said earlier, on the 5th of April, we're going to do a stream dedicated to modern electric-powered high-speed trains. So it's only steam and diesel streamlined trains in this stream. So I guess now we'll talk about the Class 43 HST. The HSTs are unquestionably my favourite diesel trains. I've been on a few of these when they were still in regular service across the country. They've only been withdrawn from service very recently. But the HSTs are just awesome. I think my favourite HST livery is the Intercity Swallow livery, Stan. But I take it by Intercity livery, you mean the British Rail, yellow and blue, or do you mean the Intercity Swallow livery? Because I do agree with you there.
You join me here in the town of Crewe, which owes much of its history to the railways. Ever since construction of the West Coast Main Line in the 1830s, this Cheshire town has been dominated by the railway industry, with numerous sheds, yards and depots surrounding the area.
Been to Crewe Heritage
One of
Centre.
these, Crewe Works, was responsible for the
Oh, you
construction
do mean
of
the
the
Swallow
surrounding
one. Well, I do agree
dominated
with you there.
by the railway industry, with numerous sheds, yards and depots surrounding the area. One of these, Crewe Works, was responsible for the construction of thousands of steam, diesel and electric locomotives across a period of over 150 years. One such example of this was the Class 43 high-speed train. The Class 43 high-speed train has been a common sight across the British railway network for decades, having entered service in 1976 following development of the prototype. However, despite being 45 years old, many of these trains still see use today, in parts of the south...
Well, not anymore. This is a... Well, not anymore. It's, most of them were very recently... certainly on express services. I think there's still a few HSTs operating in regular service down in the far west country and up in Scotland, but other than that, there's no Premier service into London anymore.
Was responsible for the construction of thousands of steam, diesel and electric. The 43 high-speed train has been a common sight across the British railway network for decades, having entered service in 1976 following development of the prototype.
And there's also the Australian variant, the variant of the HST, the XPT, which I've talked about before.
1976 following development of the prototype. However, despite being 45 years old, many of these trains still see use today, in parts of the southwest, Scotland and on cross-country routes. Yet, over the last few years,
they aren't used on cross-country anymore, or East Midlands Railway.
Yet, over the last few years, these trains have slowly been phased out for more modern alternatives, though these retirements have not been without fanfare and celebration, with the application of heritage liveries and specially organised farewell tours. As these locomotives come towards the end of their working lives, a number of these Class 43s are beginning their journey into preservation. The Crewe Heritage Centre, located not far from the original works, is home to numerous items related to the town. One of these, recently acquired, is this, 43018, and I had the opportunity to speak to Brian Porter about this locomotive's restoration and story.
I started here just over 13 years ago. The main project I look after is the APT. This one's just a side project from when it started, for when it come on site. We actually donated to us off Angel Trains last October. It's from Haymarket Depot in Scotland. Then I don't think it ever run in Scotland. I think it just used up there for spares. Yeah. And that's what they did. Then stripped it down and went off with this power car, and we just took it. It was one of the first ones to be preserved, but what we got was basically just an empty shell. It'll never run again, never start again. It's a long-term restoration project. When it first came onto site and we saw the state of it, I immediately approached the management here. I said, well, can me and James actually do something with it, you know?
Well, this is one's about one particular Class 43. One in the video to talk about them as a whole.
In June this year, I travelled from Glasgow to Aberdeen on the HST Intercity 125 train set. HST is an acronym for High Speed Train. The HST train sets were built by the British Rail Engineering Limited between 1975 and 1982. The train set consists of a push-pull arrangement with two Class 43 diesel-electric locomotives and a rake of Mark III carriages. The Class 43 holds the world record for fastest diesel locomotive with an absolute maximum speed of 148 miles per hour and a regular...
Very impressive for a diesel. 148 is very impressive for a diesel.
The Class 43 holds the world record for fastest diesel locomotive with an absolute maximum speed of 148 miles per hour and a regular service speed of 125 miles per hour. The speed record was achieved on a test run led by number 43102 and trailed by number 43159 for a new type of bogie for use on Mark IV coaches. The Intercity 125 derives its name from its operational top speed of 125 miles per hour. British Rail's experience with the high-speed Class 55 Deltic locomotives had shown that a low axle weight was essential to avoid damage to the track at sustained high speed, and that high-speed engines were the only way to provide a good enough power-to-weight ratio for diesels. The Intercity 125 trains were operated on both the West Coast and East Coast main lines and brought considerable improvements in service. From 2019, the Intercity 125 trains have been replaced. From 2019, the Intercity 125 trains have been replaced by the newer Class 800s from Hitachi. However, even though more than 40 years have passed since their introduction, as of September 2021, Intercity 125s remain in service with Abellio ScotRail, Cross Country, Great Western Railway and Network Rail. Abellio ScotRail has acquired and refurbished 26 sets and runs them as 9 4-car and 17 5-car trains between Scotland's major cities.
You know, the last time I was on an HST was between Aberdeen and Edinburgh. That'll probably be the last time I ever travelled on an HST. Certainly in mainline service. I probably will still travel on HSTs in the future on like a rail tour or either on a rail tour or on a heritage railway, but other than that, I think that ride I had back in August 2021 was the very last time I'll ever travel on an HST in regular mainline service.
With Abellio ScotRail, Cross Country, Great Western Railway and Network Rail. Abellio ScotRail has acquired and refurbished 26 sets and runs them as 9 4-car rail with Abellio ScotRail, Cross Country, Great Western Railway and Network Rail. Abellio ScotRail has acquired and refurbished 26 sets and runs them as 9 4-car and 17 5-car trains between Scotland's major cities. They are marketed as the Inter-7 City, operating between Scotland's 7 cities of Edinburgh, Glasgow, Stirling, Dundee, Perth, Aberdeen and Inverness. The 26 HST 125 sets will replace the newer but limited in terms of HST 17
well, we're now talking about 5 Class 43 HSTs, Victor.
Trains.
Some of my favourite diesel streamline trains with top speeds of 148 miles an hour.
And Network Rail.
What do you think of them, Victor?
Abellio ScotRail has acquired and refurbished 26 sets and runs them as 9 4-car and 17 5-car trains between Scotland's major cities. They are marketed as the Inter-7 City, operating between Scotland's 7 cities of Edinburgh, Glasgow, Stirling, Dundee, Perth, Aberdeen and Inverness.
Just asking Electro if he's still at the stream.
The 26 HST 125 sets will replace the newer but limited in terms of capacity Class 170 Turbostar diesel multiple units on the core intercity services between those cities.
No,
limited in terms of capacity Class 170 Turbostar diesel multiple units on the core intercity services between those cities. The trains have been refurbished and have a modern, comfortable seating. A buffet car is provided, but as I travelled during the COVID restrictions, it was not in operation.
Shame.
The Class 43 locomotives have also received the newer MTU diesel engines, which should extend their operating life considerably.
Oh, so the HSTs are going to remain are at the very least going to remain in service with ScotRail for a considerable amount of time. That I wasn't aware of. Well, that's lovely.
Which should extend their operating life considerably. The HST 125 was only to be a stopgap arrangement until the introduction of the tilting advanced passenger train. but has remained in service for more than 40 years and continues to be loved and cheered by satisfied passengers.
Including myself.
What are your views? Please.
I just explained my views. The Class 43 HSTs are wonderful. I'll probably get to ride on in mainline service now and then. Nice. I might as well now. I might be able to get one more ride in them on them now, in that case. Oh yeah, you can't talk about high-speed British diesel trains. I've just remembered one. Haven't been on one? Well, I really like them. Oh yeah, you can't talk about British high-speed diesel trains without talking about the blue Pullman. This guy, Rudyard McVeigh, he does great videos. Oh yeah, they've repainted a Class 43 HST to look like the blue Pullman, but not the original blue Pullman trains.
Among the most luxurious trains ever to grace the British railway network, the blue Pullman sets were a series of luxury express services that are seen, a victim of poor planning and management.
What do you think of these trains, Victor? These luxurious blue Pullman trains right here?
The tale of the blue Pullman begins in 1955 with a modernisation plan drafted by British Railways to replace thousands of steam locomotives with poor planning and management. The tale of the blue Pullman begins in 1955 with a modernisation plan drafted by British Railways to replace thousands of steam locomotives with a mixture of electric and diesel traction, with Western Region Manager H.H. Phillips pushing forward the possibility of examining a diesel express passenger train with input provided from the British Transport Commission or BTC's technical departments, the Pullman Car Company, and the BTC Hotels and Catering Services. Trouble immediately brewed, though, when the Pullman Car Company, which was based in London, objected to the idea that the new service would be based outside the capital, but their objections were...
so you think the blue Pullman looks like a
the Pullman Car Company and the BTC Hotels and Catering Services. Trouble immediately brewed, though, when the Pullman Car Company, which was based in London, objected to the idea that the new service would be based outside the capital, but their objections were overruled by the BTC, who had purchased the firm in 1954. The project called for the creation of at least 3 fixed-rake diesel multiple units fitted with lavish Pullman car interiors that would operate on both the Midland and Western regions, the concept proposing to undertake the Manchester Central to London St Pancras run in approximately 3 hours, providing a rail-based alternative to domestic air services while delivering for business travellers opulent levels of luxury. Production of the sets was handed to the Metropolitan Camel Carriage and Wagon Company, or Metro Camel, and the trains were to be assembled at their Washwood Heath factory in the West Midlands, while the styling was penned by Jack Ho, who made the early choice of abandoning the traditional Pullman chocolate and cream livery for a Nanking blue, its name derived from the colour of Chinese pottery, his reason being to give the new blue Pullman sets a unique look when compared to the now severely faded liveries of contemporary steam and diesel-hauled expresses.
Yeah.
The blue Pullman sets were powered by MBL MAN V12 supercharged diesel engines, which produced 1,000 horsepower, by steam and diesel-hauled expresses. The blue Pullman sets were powered by MBL MAN V12 supercharged diesel engines, which produced 1,000 horsepower, propelling the trains to a top speed of 90 miles an hour, and sets comprised of 2 power cars with either 4 to 6 intermediate trailers, the 6-car sets being designated to the Midland region and consisting of 2 trailer firsts, 2 first kitchens, and 2 driving motor brake firsts, while 8-car sets, designated for the Western region, incorporated an additional 2 second-class coaches positioned behind the power cars, while the power cars themselves could accommodate up to 12 passengers behind the engine bay. Plastic inlays.
Yes, the blue Pullman was only for the upper class, for the upper posh. These blue Pullman trains were reserved exclusively for the upper posh toffs, not the working class peasant commoners. You must be able to pay if you wanted to ride the blue Pullman.
And contrasting seat upholstery, as well as wood veneers and abstract
because it was built
inlays.
in Birmingham, I think, Neon.
Decorative rose
At their
materials.
Washwood. This train was built at the Washwood Heath Works, which I'm pretty sure is in Birmingham. Yeah, how does it look like a pencil, but the American engines don't? So, like you, well, in a way.
Used to truly give the Pullman experience, including decorative rosewood and ebony veneers, grey plastic hide, plastic facings, and contrasting seat upholstery, as well as wood veneers and abstract plastic inlays.
That's alright, Neon.
Sets were fully air-conditioned with
I'm
automatic
sorry,
humidity
Stan, I'm sorry, I
hide,
didn't
plastic
mean to
facings,
insult you.
and contrasting seat upholstery, as well as wood veneers and abstract plastic inlays. Sets were fully air-conditioned with automatic humidity control, while huge amounts of padding and contrasting seat upholstery, as well as wood veneers and abstract plastic inlays. Sets were fully air-conditioned with
Well,
plastic
hopefully
hide,
that's going to
plastic
change
facings,
soon, Stan.
and contrasting seat upholstery, as well as wood veneers and abstract plastic inlays. Sets were fully air-conditioned with automatic humidity control, while huge amounts of padding and insulated suspended floors reduced the noise levels to a whisper, and the windows were double glazed to prevent condensation, while the seating arrangement itself was all tables with corresponding table lamps, and could also be reclined using a button control, as well as being placed on runners so they could slide back and forth for extra legroom. Each seating berth included, as mentioned, each set came with 2 kitchen cars, which were arranged to make the best use of the limited internal space, while also being furnished to maintain a minimum standard of hygiene. The equipment including a gas cooker, water boiler, a fridge, and a freezer, all made of stainless steel, while 4 extractor fans helped to vent out smoke and steam. In total,
obviously, I've explained before that it's too dangerous to fry food on board trains.
Fans helped to vent out smoke and steam.
Clunger
In total,
to you too.
5 blue Pullman sets were built by Metro Camel, with an overall. In total, 5 blue Pullman sets were built by Metro Camel,
All right, then,
with an
I'll leave
overall
now. Thank you for coming. See you
hygiene.
next week.
The equipment including a gas cooker, water boiler, a fridge, and a freezer, all made of stainless steel, while 4 extractor fans helped to vent out smoke and steam.
Yeah, indeed,
In
Neil.
steel, while 4 extractor fans helped to vent out smoke and steam. In total, 5 blue Pullman sets were built by Metro Camel, with an overall build-out of 36 vehicles, 2 6-car sets going to the Midland region, and 3 8-car sets going to the Western region, with the original proposed introduction of blue Pullman sets into service planned to be October 1959, but due to production delays, this was pushed back to 1960. Though attempts to mitigate the rough riding were implemented, these trains would be burdened with poor ride quality throughout their entire working lives, while other teething problems meant that the scheduled introduction of blue Pullmans on January 4, 1960 came and went, with trials continuing to take place well into June of that year.
What a shame.
Eventually, after a press launch and VIP trip on June 24, 1960, the blue Pullman made its inaugural run on the Midland region from London St Pancras to Leicester on July 1st, the launch train, formed of 6 coaches, being complimented for its comfort and performance.
July 1st, 1960 was that.
While other teething problems meant that the scheduled introduction of blue Pullmans on January 4, 1960 came and went, with trials continuing to take place well into June of that year. Eventually, after a press launch and VIP trip on June 24, 1960, the blue Pullman made its inaugural run on the Midland region from London St Pancras to Leicester on July 1st, the launch train, formed of 6 coaches, being complimented for its comfort and performance. Intentions were to introduce a full passenger service from July 4th, but problems were further raised by the National Union of Railwaymen, or NUR, who protested the plan to operate diesel-electric passenger trains under the Pullman brand, as they believed that the Pullman Car Company was still a private entity, even though it had been completely bought out by BTC in 1954, and thus would be staffed by Pullman Company workers, who operated under different working conditions to those of regular BR staff.
I can see I hear that the stream's starting to lag. And the bitrate still seems okay.
Electric passenger. Intentions were to introduce a full passenger service from July 4th, but problems were further raised by the National Union of Railwaymen, or NUR, who protested the plan. Chinley and Cheadle Heath to the former Midland Railway terminus at Manchester Central, while stabling and maintenance would be undertaken at the famous reddish motive power before joining the South Manchester, working from London St Pancras for practices and uniform of the Pullman car to work the blue Pullman trains, but would provide their service under the practices and uniform of the Pullman Car Company. In the end, the Midland Pullman began regular passenger operation on July 23rd. Working from London St Pancras via the Midland Main Line began regular passenger operation on July 23rd. Working from London St Pancras via the Midland Main Line through Leicester and Derby, before joining the South Manchester line between Chinley and Cheadle Heath to the former Midland Railway terminus at Manchester Central, while stabling and maintenance would be undertaken at the famous reddish motive power depot on the outskirts of Stockport, which was also home to the famous EM1 and EM2 locomotives of the Woodhead Electric Railway between Manchester and Sheffield. Service patterns for the Midland Pullman consisted of 2 through trains between London St Pancras and Manchester Central per day, Mondays to Fridays, with only one to Manchester. The Midland Pullman, however, once again garnered criticism due to the scheduling of the morning train, which left Manchester at 08:50 and arrived at London at 12:03.
I am rewinding it though, Stan.
The Midland Pullman, however, once again garnered criticism due to the scheduling of the morning train, which left Manchester at 08:50, was much more appropriate for commuters, departing London at 18:10 and arriving into Manchester at 20 break, which, compounded with a lack of...
Wow, what, Victor? Wait, who removed Victor's moderator status? Who removed Victor's moderator status? Wait a minute. This is a separate Victor account that joined today. Victor, did you create this? Just to troll me? Or has Odd joined the stream, or has Odd joined the stream but is now on this new Victor account? Or is it Victor on that new account but on the same thing? Oh God, what are you guys like sometimes?
Being made accordingly tighter, but this again incurred the wrath of the NUR, who considered the turnaround times to be far too short for a suitable break, which, compounded with a lack of ridership, saw an end to the midday Midland Pullman service in mid-1961. The evening train, on the other hand, was much more appropriate for commuters, departing London at 18:10 and arriving into Manchester at 21:21, the on-board dinner service being ideal for homeward-bound business travellers. On the western region, this service commenced on September 12, 1960, and consisted of one train, the Birmingham Pullman, to Wolverhampton Low Level via Leamington, Solihull and Birmingham Snow Hill, while the second, the Bristol Pullman, would travel to Bristol Temple Meads on 2 out-and-back services per day, one via Bath Spa, the other via the faster non-stop route through Chipping Sodbury. To this end, the 0745 Bristol to London service and the 1655 London to Bristol service, the primary trains for commuters, operated non-stop, doing the run in an hour and 50 minutes, while the lower demand midday service ran via Bath Spa and completed in 5 London to Bristol.
Oh, there you are, Odds. There you are. Nice to see you all. I'm gonna go a bit longer. No, Odd. I think he's just trolling us. That's a different account. I think he's just trolling us.
The other via the faster non-stop route through Chipping Sodbury.
So where have you been all evening, Odd? How come you're showing up so
Bristol
late?
Pullman would travel to Bristol Temple Meads on 2 out-and-back services per day, one via Bath Spa, the other via the faster non-stop route through Chipping Sodbury. To this end, the 0745 Bristol to London service and the 1655 London to Bristol service, the primary trains for commuters, operated non-stop, doing the run in an hour and 50 minutes, while the lower demand midday service ran via Bath Spa and completed the journey in an hour and 55 minutes.
Anyway, Odd, while I wait for you to answer my question, if you couldn't tell by the title of tonight's stream, we're focusing on streamlined, aerodynamic, streamlined steam and diesel trains tonight. not high-speed electric trains, as there's going to be a stream completely dedicated to them at the start of April, just before I go to Portaventura. At the moment, train is blue, yes. Yes, it is very blue, Neon. So where have you been? Odd, what have you been up to?
But this was later amended from October 1960 to make Bath a compulsory stop, with the train scheduled to...
Indeed, Neon. Indeed, Odd. Where have you been all evening? What have you been up to all evening?
Operated non-stop, doing the run in an hour and 50 minutes, while the lower demand midday service ran via Bath Spa and completed the journey in an hour and 55 minutes. But this was later amended from October 1960 to make Bath a compulsory stop, with the train scheduled to leave Bristol 5 minutes earlier than before to make up lost time. Similarly, for the Birmingham Pullman, this would leave...
Oh. I'm still going to assume you've been working on your possible next video. Well, anyway, so at the moment we're talking about the luxurious
with the train scheduled to leave Bristol 5 minutes earlier than before to make up lost time. Similarly, for the Birmingham Pullman, this would leave Wolverhampton at 0700 and arrive into London at 0935, before returning on a midday out-and-back service to Birmingham Snow Hill, and then an evening express at 1650 back to Wolverhampton Low Level, arriving at 1920.
So what do you think of how the Blue Pullman train... Welcome back, Damon. What do you think of how the Blue Pullman train looks,
In the summer of 1961, an extra service was introduced for the Western region in the form of the South Wales Pullman, a morning service that operated between London Paddington, Cardiff and Swansea, completing the journey in 4 hours and 20 minutes.
I would have loved to have gone on the Blue
Pullman sets didn't sit well with the Western region management.
You'd be wrong, but you can assume that. Oh, you're...
Paddington, Cardiff and Swansea, completing the journey in 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Lovely.
But the somewhat bespoke nature of the Blue Pullman sets didn't sit well with the Western region management, and thus a steam-hauled rake of older Pullman coaches, later diesel-hauled, was kept on standby at Old Oak Common and could easily spring into action in the event of a Blue Pullman set breaking down. Despite their exclusivity, the Blue Pullman services did make a profit, with its operational costs being approximately £207 per train mile 1,000. Sadly, in spite of the Blue Pullman's rocky start into service, the longevity of these trains, especially the Midland and Birmingham Pullman, was curtailed upon the electrification of the West Coast Main Line between London Euston, Birmingham, Crewe, Manchester and Liverpool, with a new fleet of 100-mile-an-hour AC electric locomotives being delivered to provide the fastest expresses at work in the UK. In 1965, the last section of electrification to London Euston was completed, and, coinciding with the delivery of brand new AL6, later Class 86, electric locomotives, British Rail launched the Manchester Pullman in 1966, which comprised an all first-class operation utilising brand new Mark II carriages, lavishly appointed in the same manner as the Blue Pullman, and being able to do the London to Manchester run in a mere 2 hours and 30 minutes. The electrification of the line to Birmingham New Street and Wolverhampton High Level also doomed the Birmingham Pullman, as electric operations, which commenced in March 1967, could do the Wolverhampton to London run in just over 2 hours, while the Blue Pullman did the journey via Banbury in 2 hours and 35 minutes.
Did you hear me, Odd? I asked you what you think of the Blue Pullman set
Blue Pullman
right here.
did the journey via Banbury in 2 hours and 35 minutes. Thus, that same month, both the Midland and Birmingham Pullman services were axed, and all 5 of the Blue Pullman sets were allocated to the trunk route on the former Great Western Railway between London, Bristol and Cardiff, although plans were made to introduce a Pullman train on the East Coast Main Line between London, King's Cross and Leeds, as well as on the Golden Hind service to Penzance in the far southwest, neither of which came to fruition.
Travel standard class? Well, a blue train, a blue luxurious high-speed train. No, a blue one! Oh, God. Nor was I. And we're back. I apologise for that, guys. I apologise for that, guys. I guess we won't be talking about the blue Pullman anymore. Been busy all night. First year on the stream, busy with what? No, Neon. No, Neon. Those aren't Streamlined trains. I want to focus on Streamlined trains tonight. So odd, I've already showed everyone else and Victor this, but now I want to show this to you. Mallard's record-breaking high-speed run. Mallard being the fastest steam locomotive ever built. No, the 159s aren't streamlined either. So yeah, this stream-circled boats, oh god. But yeah, this is Mallard's, the LNER A4's record-breaking run on the 3rd July 1938. Hitting 126 miles an hour. To this day, Mallard remains the fastest steam train ever. Promotion! And here he is, Odds, this beautiful blue Streamlined A4. What do you think of him, Odd? What do you think of Mallard, Odd? Number 4468. And behind Mallard is a dynamometer car to accurately measure the speed.
We are going to attempt to beat the world speed record. Does anybody want to take the taxi back to Peterborough instead of risking a fast run?
Okay, Joe, you can give it all she's got. We have a straight run after Grantham, all the way up to the Shark Bend just before Essendine Station.
Green.
But be ready
No,
to
it's
ease
blue.
off
Why are you
immediately,
confusing
Joe.
blue for
You can give it all
green?
she's got. We have a straight run after Grantham, all the way up to the Shark Bend just
Oh,
before
God.
Essendine
Sorry to hear
Station.
that, George.
But be ready to ease off
Seems that
immediately
way,
if we
Neil.
smell the stink bomb going off.
Will do. We have to be very careful.
What do you
not-
think of the actual shape and design of the
We have a straight
train?
run after Grantham,
You
all
know,
the way up
wedge
to the Shark
shape.
Bend just before
It's
Essendine
sexy.
Station.
Streamlined trains are sexy, if you ask me, Odds. All curved.
Okay, Joe,
like
you
that.
can give it all she's got. We have a straight run after Grantham, all the way up to the Shark Bend just before Essendine Station. But be ready to ease off immediately if we smell the stink bomb going off.
Will do. We had to be very careful not to overeat her. We didn't want her failing on us, so a stink bomb were fitted in the hollow crank bin of Middle Big End. This were a glass vial, filled with aniseed oil. If the heat shattered it, we'd smell it, and know something were up.
See, look, this is really cool, the way this is animated, Odd. You literally... This was built for a VR experience. Glad you're able to express your sexuality.
And know something were up.
Yeah, I'm trained sexual. But yeah, the animation itself, though, this was created for a 4D ride experience at the National Railway Museum in York. Odd. It's really cool, Odd, don't you think? The way the camera gets shoveled into the firebox and then you're transported all throughout the inner workings of Mallard, right through its boiler tubes that heat the water. You see the water evaporating into steam at the top of the boiler, the steam being sucked through the pistons, power the wheels, into the cylinders to power the wheels. Yes. What do you think of this animation, though, Odds? camera moves around like this. Train sectional. I said I think streamlined trains look sexy. Stand still there. What do you think of the way this is animated on? Everything that's shown here.
3 miles from summit, she reached 107, then 108, 109, 110. Go on, old girl, I thought. You can do better than this. So I nursed her and shot through Little Bytham at 123 miles per hour.
Lost his hat, look.
And in the next 1¼ mile, the needle crept up further.
125 miles an hour. We're off the scale. We've done it.
Off the scale.
We're coming up to the Essendine bend, sir.
Yeah, but what do you think of the way the camera's moving like this, Odds?
Ease them off now. Essendine is coming up, and at this speed we're going to come off the rails.
It's going to be close. We're still too far.
Something's hot. Can you smell it too?
Stink bomb has gone off. We're overheating, and we need to ease off, or she'll shake herself apart. We'll have to get the old girl back. They'll fix her up good as new. But history books will remember us for breaking record, and Mallard for being fastest steam locomotive in the world.
All hail Mallard, I say. Spoken like a true northerner, indeed. Yeah, what did you think of that, Odds? Really shows how good the animation is. It does indeed. Travelling through the pipes. Northerner. There's also this clip of one of the other preserved A4s, Bitten, hitting 90. Yeah, what did you think of that video, Odd? I think that might have been CG. I was more working about if you thought it was if you thought all the camera movements and things like going through the pipes and everything, if you thought that was really cool. That's what I was asking about. Plain baffled by what you saw in the animation, Electro. Victor's clone. Going to bed? Alright, no problem, Martin. Thank you for coming. See you next week. Not really that much? Alright. Oh, do calm yourself, Neon. It's fine. Right, were there any other classes of streamlined locomotive I wanted to talk about? You know what? Screw it. I feel like going to 11 o'clock tonight. Yeah, we'll go for another 15. We'll go for another 17 minutes. I feel like going for another 17 minutes. The animation is something, but I'm still estranged as to how you're aroused by streamlined trains. I'm half joking, Electro. But can you blame me for us and other train enthusiasts calling streamlined trains sexy? Just look at them. Oh yeah, if Stan's still there, I also want Stan to tell all about 4449, number 4449 Daylight. Stan thinks number 44 Southern Pacific number 444, the Streamlined engine number 4449 Daylight is one of the ugliest steam engines ever built, although I disagree. He hates its orange paint. He hates 4449's orange paint and the way it has two lights and looks like it's got a huge nose at the front. But what do you think of number 4449, Odd? The ugliest steam engine ever created. Metal Overlord from Sonic Heroes. However, I'm beyond that now. Fair. Victor also agreed that it was kind of strange looking. And another funny thing about this engine is how most steam engines have steam whistles. But the GS series of steam locomotives, which is the steam locomotive family that 4449 is part of, strangely they have air horns instead of whistles. It reminds me of something, but I don't know what. Let me try and think. Well, this engine was featured in the 1986 film Tough Guys, which seems like a film your mum would watch, Odd. You ever seen Tough Guys? Because this engine was featured in that. Made contact with Diesel and Connor. I see what you mean, Electro. But yeah, as you can tell, Odd, Steven loves number 4449. Maybe some sort of sandwich. Perhaps it reminds you of some sort of sandwich, the way it's got orange in between two layers of darker orange, bordering on red. I just said it looks like it could blend into blend into the desert. Wait, hang on, Neon. Do you mean dessert or desert? Because I guess both could work. It does look like some sort of dessert. Some kind of machine. Maybe like a robot. Some sort of giant robot you may have seen in a tokusatsu production. Or maybe something from Power Rangers or Transformers. Is Victor still there? Oh yeah, and there was also a time when it was painted in red, white and blue as the American Freedom Train. And here it is with its smoke box door open where you can see its internal organs. Its steam pipes and things. No solid yet, or a big toffee chocolate dessert? Yes. That's hot most, yeah, that big desert. Oh, something from Power Rangers. Yeah, I was thinking something like that as well. But yeah, can you see why Stan thinks it's very, very ugly, Odd? This huge nose-like headlights. It's gonna bother me for hours? Oh, alright. Trains were Power Rangers. Or Zords. Trains were Zords. Or maybe Daylight was featured in an episode of Power Rangers. I really don't know. Oh, it was... There were train Zords here and there. I've got no real opinion on it. Oh, right. Mighty Morphin Engine Rangers. The one on the thumbnail might be worse. Oh, it was repainted back in early 2002 after the events of after 9/11. That's pretty sweet how it was painted back into its American Freedom Train livery after 9/11. Yeah, was famously in Tough Guys. Okay, it doesn't... Okay, if it was in Power Rangers, it would have been listed here in this film appearances segment, but it looks like it's not. Okay, no problem, Blockside. Thank you for coming. See you next week. The engine on the thumbnail might be worse. What makes you think that, Stan? Is it something to do with the rings around the headlight? Personally, I thought you wouldn't mind it, Stan, as it doesn't look too different from the New York Central Hudsons. Color is horrible. It might just be the way that image is processed, Stan. I thought that was a cool looking engine, though. I just thought that was a cool looking streamliner. Oh yeah, those bullet nose streamliners, I've just remembered. That reminds me of the time the DWR tried to streamline their Castle class engines. Wait, was it a Castle class or a... Oh, it was a Castle class. Manorba Castle number 5005. Now, if you want to talk about an ugly streamliner... this is it. Yeah, where they put a bullet nose on the front of where the GWR put a bullet nose on the front of one of their Castle class locomotives. And put streamlined casing around it. What do you guys think? And what do you think, Odd and Stan? This bullet nose design of the Castle class. So this is what a Castle class is supposed to look like. And it looks better without streamlining, in my opinion. And this is a streamlined Castle class. Personally, I think the streamlined Castle classes are way uglier than any of the American streamliners. Union Pacific 4449 and the engine in the thumbnail of this stream included. What do you guys think, though? Oh, and Neon and Electro still there. See, James is. Ugly as hell? Yep, completely agree. Ugly as hell. What do you think of how this streamlined Castle class looks, Odd? Engine right here. Open a new window. Oh, whoops. No. Wait, no. Open image in new tab. Yeah, this engine right here. Exactly, Neon. Are you still there, Electro? Not that bad. Nah, this is definitely more ugly than the American Streamliners. Yeah, I know, Neon. Mofo looks like a torpedo on wheels. In fact, most American Streamliners look like torpedoes on wheels. Odd. If you want to see an engine, a streamlined engine that really looks like a torpedo on wheels. This is why, despite your interest in you and Victor not having that big of an interest in trains, this is why I still ask you about certain locomotive designs, Odd, because there are some engines out there that are just really weird looking, and I want your opinion, and I still want your opinions on them. But if you want an engine that really looks like a torpedo on wheels, exactly, no. If you really want an engine that looks like a torpedo on wheels, look no further than the New York Central Railroad Dreyfuss Hudsons. These silver guys right here, the New York Central Railroad Dreyfuss Hudsons, arguably America's most iconic streamlined steam locomotive. Stan thinks these engines look like pencils on wheels. But to me, like you mentioned that with the Streamline Castle class, these look more like torpedoes on wheels to me. Do they look like torpedoes to you, Odd? These Dreyfuss Hudsons? I can see why people would think they look like torpedoes on wheels, and I can also see why Stan thinks it looks like a pencil on wheels. They look like some freaking Batman trains. Probably because these engines were predominantly featured in Batman. I do remember these engines being featured in an episode of the Batman animated series. I have seen the Batman animated series episode Christmas with the Joker, and I remember a train rescue scene. In Christmas with the Joker with a steam engine that kind of resembles the New York Central Hudsons. Oh, you think these engines look terrible? Yeah, Stan would agree with you. In fact, well, he thinks the Dreyfuss Hudsons are mid-tier. Wait a minute! I see Odd has lost his, Wait a minute, we got an imposter Odd here. Oh, it's the Victor clone channel. Hang on. But yeah, I do remember a train rescue scene in Christmas with the Joker. Rage quitting the storyline. Yeah, I do remember a scene in Christmas with the Joker that with a train that looked like the Hudson. Yeah, Batman trains. Okay, I feel like talking about one more class of streamlined steam or diesel train. Feel like talking about one more class of streamlined steam or diesel train, and then ending the stream. So which one shall we discuss? Pick any random one. Oh, wait, I know. Norfolk and Western 611. Thomas isn't streamlined. Technically, the P2s are semi-streamlined, but not really that streamlined. Plus, the P2s in their fully streamlined form just look like, they just look like A4s, but with a 280 wheel arrangement. So we'll go with Norfolk and Western 611. I know, Stan. But they still look very similar to the A4s, which you've already talked about. Right, so the icon of steam, Norfolk and Western 611 we'll talk about. Icon of American steam.
They're unknown.
This video is from Amtrak Guy 365 is a bit too long for how late it is now. To a new level. But yeah, this is a beautiful...
They're unknown. The J-Class him Clater Jr. railed approaching the turntable at Lampert's Point. A pair of C mainline Grady. It was officially donated to the city of Rome.
Okay, we'll just watch a few clips of Norfolk and Western 611 running. We don't have time to watch full video about its history at the moment. Oh, I apologise if the crossing bell is too loud for you guys. Yeah, we don't have time to watch a full, we don't have time to watch a full video. I'm too tired for that now. It's getting very, very late. We've already gone well beyond the usual time of the stream. Another torpedo-looking / Batman-looking train. In case you noticed. Yeah, Norfolk and Western 611 is about the closest thing we have from Underwood. America's equivalent of the price that Ottoman is debated between Norfolk and Western 611, 4449 daylight, and Union Pacific 844. my ears? Same here. Would you Odd, would you say this engine is also a torpedo / Batman looking train? Yeah, it is kind of right, isn't it? Very sexy. Yeah, Electro seems to have disappeared again. Maybe. Oh, yes. Okay, I'm gonna assume that the imposter Odd is Victor in disguise. Good, isn't it? Yeah, it looks sexy. Yeah, 611 looks sexy, doesn't it, Odds? Very sexy. And I take it Stan not saying anything means he has no opinion. And I take it he means he has no opinion. Stan. I'm glad you don't think it's terrible, at least. Two accidents. Passenger cars. We're watching videos of another iconic American streamliner, North and Western number 611. Right, Oz. This engine here. Right in here. Screen very smooth. Very smooth. I have no idea what Fent is. I'm talking to the real Odd, though, at the moment. 611 is sexy odd. Don't even know. Need to watch -1 in black and white. Why in black and white, Neon? It's a giant metal rod with... I guess that would be sexy to some. Is that... What is that implying, Odds? That you think this engine looks like a huge penis? A huge dildo? You think Streamline trains are just huge dildos, do you, Odds? Not now, fake Odds. Yeah, that's what I'm going to call the odd without moderator status. Fake odd. You asked if it was sexy. I responded. I know. Giant metal rod with... a giant metal rod? Yeah, you mean a dildo, don't you? It has an awesome sounding whistle at the very least, wouldn't you say, Odds? Have a listen. Awesome sounding deep tone whistle. To a train enthusiast's ears. Sounds sort of spooky. Yeah, I get what you mean. I get why it would sound like a haunted demon or ghost calling out or something. Ghost, when two trains love each other very much. Sorry. Yeah, it does sound nice. A little bit of wheel slip there. Lovely stuff. Okay, now let's conclude this stream with a beautiful wide shot of 611 passing. Sight to behold, if you ask me. Yeah, I really like 611 too, though there are plenty of other engines I prefer. Alright, one more shot for luck. then will end. The beauty of Streamline trains here. The beast that saves railways from extinction. You hear that, Odd? Streamline trains are what stopped railways from going extinct. I know you prefer to drive, but had it not been for these huge beasts, Odd, trains may well have gone extinct. Commercially viable rail travel may very well have gone extinct. And your beloved roads may have reigned supreme across the world and all transport. A world where transport is dominated by roads and not rail. But because of these huge, curvy beasts, that did not happen. You must be mad about that, Odd. Well, in a way, Odd, in a way. The world would have had a monopoly. Roads may well have had a monopoly on transport even today had it not been for streamlined trains. Well, I say trains should be dominant, but yeah. You joke there's room for both. I'm glad you think so, Odd. I'm at the very least glad that despite you not having a huge interest in, you and Victor, not having a huge interest in trains, you still think they have I'm still glad you two think that despite you two not being big train enthusiasts, I'm at least glad that you both think trains have a place in the world. In fact, if anything, Odds, the streamliners of the 1920s through to the 70s did you a favour, because if railways were extinct nowadays, we'd have so many if railways were extinct nowadays, we'd have so many we'd have cars clogging up the roads. There'd be so many cars clogging up the roads. Way more than they are now. I respect trains because I respect the concept of public transport. Well, yeah, cars can't do all the work. If they did, roads would be jammed. They'd be absolutely jammed. It would be... Every road in the world would be... If not for trains, every road in the world... If not for trains, every road in the world would be exactly like how London was in the 1850s before the London Underground was built. So yeah, Sod, those streamliners actually did you a favour. Had the streamliners not made the rails come alive? Had they not made the rails come alive once again, you'd probably be stuck in traffic all day, every day, Oz, just stuck in traffic, sitting in traffic, pissed off the whole time. So yeah, even if you're not a train enthusiast, you still gotta respect trains for keeping roads uncongested. And on that bombshell, it's time to end tonight's streams. They would build more lanes. Well, yeah, but even then it would still... it would there'd still be a lot of congestion. Because people would psychologically assume that you're supposed to drive, and so drive anyway. And on that bombshell, we've gone 45 minutes over. On that bombshell, it's time to end. Had a really nice time in the end tonight, guys. Really fun time. I'm very glad Victor and Odd did come in the end, despite them showing up late. And I'm very pleased everyone else came. Yeah, it's been a very, very fun stream tonight, guys. I really enjoyed myself. So, next couple of streams over the next couple of weeks are going to be normal streams again. And then stream 162 in 3 weeks' time is going to be the first of my big 4 railway company streams. And I'm really looking forward to telling you guys about the Great Western Railway in stream 162. Odd, I can't wait to tell you about the Great Western Railway's wide trains. You know, the wide Putin meme, Odd. Well, the Great Western Railway used to have trains that were just like that. Wide, broad gauge trains that were just like wide Putin. Good night, everyone. Bye, honey. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the upcoming streams, especially the Great Western Railway stream and the other Big 4 railway company streams I have planned for this year. Yeah, I hope you're all looking forward to that, to those upcoming streams and my other upcoming videos. Subscribe to Evil Odd, okay? The only thing I am disappointed about with tonight's stream is the low number of views, only 265. I thought for sure we'd get a lot more, and Charcoal not being here. I thought for sure he'd be here tonight, as this is a subject he has quite a lot of interest in. Well, I'm ending now, Mr. George. I'm going to bed now. Thanks again for coming, everybody. Hope you all enjoyed. Hope you're all looking forward to my upcoming videos and things. I did say last week that I'd try and get a new VHS review or retro gameplay video out, but I've been a little bit ill this week I've had a cold all this week, so I haven't been well enough to. I'll try and see if I can get either a gameplay video or a VHS review out tomorrow or Sunday though, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. But yeah, I hope you're still looking forward to all my upcoming videos and live streams. Thanks again so much for watching, everyone. Please like, comment, share this video with your friends. Don't forget to subscribe to me, Train Lover 16 if you haven't already. And I will see you all in my next video. Bye bye, everyone!